parade.
It's the Hollywood Christmas Parade. It's the 92nd annual Hollywood Christmas Parade. We are honored to be there hosting. Benefits the Marine Toys for Tots, and it's just a great community event.
This is one of the great traditions that Los Angeles has. It's been going on for almost a century now, and this will be the last time I'll be in the parade as a member of the City Council, so it means a lot to me to be able to come here and thank everybody for 15 years of support of the work that I've done.
It brings people together. You're going to see a very diverse crowd out there, and everybody's going to have a good time. They're going to be safe, so we're going to have a good time tonight.
People represented from all over the world, from China, from Korea, from
Armenia,
the North Pole.
The North Pole. We had that one guy from the North Pole.
Yeah.
Santa's here just to spread the magic and cheer of love. Ho, 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 ho.
Everybody's still coming together to celebrate something called joy.
The fan, the people, the excitement, right in the car, people getting excited, doing the hug pose. It's like reliving my childhood.
One thing we're really hoping is that the holiday spirit would bring the Lakers some more wins, because we're a little struggling now, but we're going to be all right.
It's exciting. I started my own foundation this year, the Mario Lopez Family Foundation, helping Boys and Girls Clubs kids. I grew up in that, growing up as a club kid, and so it's a blessing to be honored tonight.
I love the military. I love giving back. I love Toys for Tots, so anything I can do to support these men and women and such a great cause here.
It's very special, us being a part of this parade, because this is where it all started. In 1947, a group of Marines went out, they collected toys and books, and then on Christmas morning, they got into their dress blue uniforms and went out and distributed them to less fortunate children. Walt Disney got involved. In fact, he's the one that gave us our logo and gave us our name, actually, Toys for Tots.
Festivals are so important because they bring everybody together. It's about celebrating, it's about being together with family and friends, and just taking time to smell the roses.
It's just a great time to wish all Angelenos health, happiness, peace, tranquility, unity, and togetherness during the holidays and throughout 2025 as well.
They have answered the call to protect and serve, and the most recent graduating class of the LAPD was sworn in by the new chief. Hats off to these police academy graduates now ready to take to the streets as fully fledged police officers.
Being a police officer is not just a job. It's a noble calling, a profession. It requires strength, bravery, and resilience, but also demands humility, compassion, and a sense of duty to the people you serve.
Class 624, each of you has answered what many will say the highest calling in public service. And I celebrate each and every one of you for answering that call.
I know firsthand the significance of this moment. Over 43 years ago, I stood in the very place that you stand today, ready to take my first steps as a police officer.
Looking back, it seems like yesterday in so many ways. The memories are still vivid from that day. The relationships are still very much intact with many of my classmates that day.
The best officer in physical training is Officer Tyler Washington.
So please let me begin by recognizing all the family and friends who are here today that have supported you throughout this process. Let's applaud them because they too should be congratulated. Thank you.
Well, we're here at my son's graduation ceremony, and it's a big honor. You know, this is the second officer in the family, and for the class of 624, it's a great achievement for our family.
I'm super excited. I have a former employee, Officer Cervantes, that is graduating. When I hired her at her former job, it's the first thing she ever said she wanted to do. I knew it was a dream she's had since she was a kid.
Class 624, as I look at each of you, I want you to reflect on the dedication that brought you here. You were chosen from thousands of applicants, proving yourself to be the best of the best. You endured one of the most challenging police academies in the country, and today you're about to graduate and join the ranks of a proud tradition of service.
They're a young person, generally their early 20s. They've come to us with varied experience, and in 6 months we have to shape them into somebody who can go out into the world and be able to deliver a service to them that helps them manage sometimes a tragedy.
You've made it through the academy with grit, heart, and resilience, and you're going to need those qualities throughout the rest of your career.
So our hopes is they leave here competent, but that they have compassion and that they maintain that character throughout their career. Our level of accountability is very high. We're going to maintain that level because the public deserves nothing less.
As you stand here today ready to receive your badge and move on into the great future that awaits you, I want you to reflect on what that badge represents.
This is a very honorable career. It takes a lot of heart, a lot of passion, and if you love what you're doing, it's not going to feel like work. You're going to do what's right for the community.
I just want to say go Class 624. We're proud of you.
The hottest part of Los Angeles is taking steps to stay cool and beautiful. The community of the West San Fernando Valley got together to learn how keeping cool could be all about putting down roots.
It's a great resource fair. It's part of Keep America Beautiful, Los Angeles Beautiful. We're giving away street trees, rain barrels. Community is coming together. This is really an overall West Valley event.
Encouraging people to get outdoors, save water, plant drought-resistant trees. I'm all for that, and get to meet some of your neighbors.
Where we are now is the hottest part of the city of Los Angeles, is in the West San Fernando Valley. And so I'm really glad that we're able to bring these resources out to folks. It's really heartwarming to see so many people here taking advantage of it.
Giving out the trees is something amazing. We've been looking forward with my wife to get some trees in front of our yard for shade, and this was like just the perfect chance to do so.
We're trying to get good information out to people, really everyone coming together to keep our environment green and to give people the tools and the resources they need to keep their communities beautiful. But nothing is better than a tree. Shade. These trees will make our environment cooler, more habitable for all of us.
It's great to see all the families, all the people getting outdoors, and looking forward to all of us getting together and planting trees, saving water, and be united in that, and it's a lot of fun.
From a temporary space to a permanent home, the WorkSource Center in Watts now has a place to call its own. Along with dedicated space comes dedicated staff and a host of services for anyone looking to make a real change in their job situation.
It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the grand opening of the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles, Watts Los Angeles WorkSource Center. It's an amazing feeling to have our grand opening for the Watts Los Angeles WorkSource Center. We had temporary space, but now we have our permanent home here at 2212 East Imperial Highway, Los Angeles 90059.
HACLA has been invested in being the only public housing agency operating a WorkSource center in this community for over 30 years. And I'm confident that with this new facility, that the HAPLA team will provide the same level of commitment with the installation of this WorkSource Center.
As a WorkSource Center, we work with any client that wants to walk in the door that's looking for a job. We assess what their needs are to really help them establish themselves in the career that they want.
I went to a lot of different programs that has job seminars, and never once have I received a job. But my first day of coming to this WorkSource Center, the staff here was amazing. I ended up working the same day.
When I first entered this program, I was looking for a way to gain professional experience, to build my administrative skills, and to open doors to new possibilities. This program helped me a lot because it gave me really good mentorship. I learned a lot from the office experience, and I got a better paying position and a bigger rank thanks to this organization.
We know that these high demand jobs going for the 21st century require significant skill upskilling. And we're here to make sure that those individuals in our communities have access to those training facilities at no cost.
We're able to expand on the resources that we offer and provide for our participants. We're able to have a bigger training room, bigger computer lab room. We have a business source center. So it's a large space, but it's community space.
All Angelenos are entitled to and deserve opportunities to live to their own full potential.
We also work with our local business source center. So we may have people walking in the door who are interested in starting their own business. That doesn't stop them from working with us. We are more than happy to help them become entrepreneurs. So I would say every Angeleno who's looking for a job, thinking about changing careers, wondering if they can get some additional training, the WorkSource Centers are here for you and we welcome you.
And we must remember that. And this is a day to celebrate, it's a day to recognize, and it's a day to embrace one another.
The LA area gets a Safe Streets grant. LA Civil Rights has volunteer opportunities, and the South Bay is set to benefit from increased maritime sustainability. These stories up next on City Beat.
The Los Angeles area has received $6 million from the U.S. Department of Transportation ahead of upcoming national and international sporting events. According to the Southern California Association of Governments, an influx of over 5 million travelers are expected in the LA area over the next 4 years. The money will be used to enhance walkways, bike lanes, and public transportation, as well as to improve and reconfigure high-traffic streets. The Southern California Association of Governments is partnering with LA's Department of Transportation to make transportation to and from these large events safer and more accessible for everyone. For more information, visit the News and Events section at scag.ca.gov. As part of their mission to maintain and strengthen the city's diversity, equity, and accountability, LA Civil Rights invites you to join their volunteer corps. VolCorps is a community of Angelenos working together to advance civil and human rights within the city of Los Angeles. Selected applicants will be trained to conduct community outreach, grow programs for equity, and make ongoing change in LA. Applications will be accepted during the open period that begins on December 2nd and concludes on December 13th, 2024. For more information, click on the Get Involved tab at civilandhumanrights.lacity.gov. The Port of Los Angeles has partnered with the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, to build on sustainable operations and increase the well-being of local communities. The Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, focuses on working within port communities such as Wilmington and San Pedro to create new research and workforce opportunities for the region. According to the port, the memorandum focuses on solutions that will increase maritime sustainability and promote eco-friendly practices. The MOU was signed at the South Bay Summit, which was held at the UCLA South Bay campus in Rancho Palos Verdes. For more information, see the news release archive at portoflosangeles.org/news.
We're taking the reins and heading out to the ranch, to the Department of Recreation and Parks, Stetson Ranch. This popular spot for horse riding proved to be the perfect place to celebrate LA's equestrian community.
So today we're at Stetson Ranch hosting the 4th annual microchipping and horse registration event. Microchipping is really important, as is horse registrations, because it's a way for us to identify where we have the highest concentrations of equine keeping in the city of Los Angeles. But microchipping for horses and our household pets are important because during emergency events, we know that so often, whether it's a horse or your dog or cat, can get separated from families during emergency events. And so these are ways for us to be able to identify and reunite everyone's beloved pets with the families after the emergency.
The event is lovely. You know, we get everyone together from the valley. It brings out culture, you know. We have live music, there's folklorico, there's horses, you know. I think it's wonderful and it's a good experience for the dogs. You know, your dog is like a family member, you know. I would be sad if I wouldn't be able to find them without the microchip.
You need to register the microchip, it's very important, and then we know where the animal belongs to, who the owner is.
Because we live in an area that has so often experienced major wildfires, we've seen how horses become separated, in particular, out of fear. And so it's the best and easiest way for us to be able to reunite these pets with their owners.
When we're dealing with the horses and evacuating them, in the middle of a fire that's usually winds blowing 60, 70 miles an hour, the horses look the same. They all look the same to us. And when we take them to an evacuation site, they still look the same. The identification, the microchip, is a positive way to identify your horse to you.
I'm really grateful that our community continues to come out and do the responsible thing in getting their animals microchipped, registering their animals, but more importantly, coming out and having a wonderful community celebration, because our cultural practices are one to be revered and protected. And I think it's really important that we show how diverse our city is through cultural events like this. Every year it gets larger, and I'm just really grateful that the community continues to show up and be excited about having this event.
You could take the dog to the park, or you could head to the park and take home a dog. An event by Councilmember Nithya Raman and LA Animal Services brought the people to Griffith Park, where they could meet their future dogs.
You gon' make me bring out the dog.
We are here trying to ensure that dogs who are at our city's shelters and who need adoption can meet their future homes.
You gon' make me bring out the dog. Where my dogs at?
There's so many great dogs out here. There's puppies, there's all age ranges. There's the senior dogs, and they really need a home. So we're an adopting family, so we definitely believe in the adopt, don't shop. We're even fostering kittens right now, so that's why we're testing out and seeing what dog would be a good fit for our family today.
The shelters here in Los Angeles are really crowded, and there's lots of ways that residents of Los Angeles can get involved and help the situation. They can volunteer at one of our 6 shelters across the entire city, everywhere from the West Valley down to San Pedro. We have a shelter where you can come in on a weekend and walk a dog and show a dog some love. And it's an incredibly heartwarming and fulfilling experience for those volunteers. You can foster a pet. And when you foster the pet, you might like it so much that you end up keeping it, or at minimum, you can hold on to that pet until another family can adopt it. Or you could come in and adopt a dog of your own. And that would be an incredible thing for these beautiful animals who are just really looking for love.
So there's so many animals. We think it's really necessary for the community to come out, and if you want a pet, to come to the shelters first, go to a rescue first. California, there's so many displaced animals that are looking for a home. We met like one puppy over there, and even the senior dogs. I'm partial to the senior dogs because they'll be the couch potato with you.
It's rough for dogs in a shelter, so we hope some more four-legged friends have found a new home. When a baseball diamond was in need of more than a polish, it was a local restaurateur who pitched the idea of a cleanup to city council. now that the club has been hitting home runs for 20 years. The council is honoring Frank Michelli as an MVP for civic leadership.
Yeah, well, we're here at the corner of Whitsett and Strathern in the East Valley, and at this corner is East Valley Baseball. Around 20 years ago or so, this facility really had become very run down. And Frank Michelli became president of East Valley Baseball, and he completely transformed the program, he transformed the facility. It's really one of the great treasures of the East San Fernando Valley.
He's done a phenomenal job, and he's very deserving of the square, and it really stands as a tribute to community activism and taking care of business. I played baseball here, so I had to be here.
I've looked at some names of other people that have squares, and yeah, there are some pretty big people. So it's very humbling that my name is now included with those other celebrities, politicians, generals, statesmen, things like that.
People that do these kinds of things usually don't want awards, they don't want recognition, they just want to do what's good for the community. But it's important that they accept the awards and recognition so that other people might be inspired to do something else for their community that they're capable of.
Well, when we first came up to the facility in 2004, the facility had gone fallow. It was overgrown, so a lot of time and effort has been put in to make the fields very playable. 87 kids year one, 641 kids in a fall program, which is normally smaller than a spring program. So in 20 years, we've come a long way, and we're all really proud of it.
You know, there are literally thousands and thousands of kids whose lives were made better by Frank Michelli. And some of those kids may not even know that. They just came here to play baseball, and they just came here to and they may not know Frank's role. Seeing that causes people to ask questions.
I just hope a lot of the kids that are involved in youth sports, even if they're not athletic, that as they progress later in life, they give back. Whether it's youth baseball, anything in the community, they just give back to their community and make it a better place.
Diversity is what makes our city home to many. City, religious, and community leaders came together to hear from their constituents, and they were not afraid of having some tough conversations. It was all to reaffirm rights and freedoms that we all hold dear.
We're at a critical juncture where we really need to build coalitions and stand in solidarity to combat all forms of hate.
To really fight hate, we need to be more accepting of each other's differences.
We want to send a strong message with this resolution that there is no place for fear, but there is a place and a safe space for freedom of expression and freedom of worship in the city of Los Angeles.
So we're in the Tom Bradley room with a great assortment of religious and community leaders to talk about the importance of human security in this time when we're facing increased uncertainty. Just affirming as a city that we value and respect the diversity of what makes Los Angeles special.
We have sunshine and palm trees, but we also have hate, discrimination, and inequities.
The whole idea is that we need to be able to talk about the things that are hard, that mean a lot to us. And so today is really a call to anchor back in our values, to be able to lean in to the hard discussions and recommit ourselves to Los Angeles, that we are in this city together and that we can do better together.
The Board of Public Works plays a critical role where we're basically the foundation for all of our communities. So we can bring in resources to revitalize an underserved areas that is experiencing a rise in hate or hate incidents. And so by removing graffiti, by repainting our streets and sidewalks and planting more trees, we're creating a better, positive environment for all of our families.
Human dignity is for everybody, and this is why we are here today, to reaffirm those commitments and to really reignite our conversation to uplift human rights and human dignity for all of us.
Over the next 5 or 4 years, we have a lot of work to do. Get rid of the microaggressions between communities and to have these intentional conversations about multi-faith solidarity and re-engaging each other in true dialogue so we can resolve a lot of problems in Los Angeles.
Well, Holocaust Museum LA is really a cultural institution, and it's a space where Angelenos can come together and visit the museum, be educated about the Holocaust so they can have a better understanding of the importance in fighting hate.
At the end of the day, what we're looking for is making sure that we and our families are and feel safe. And that's a core function of local government. It's our job as elected leaders to make sure that we're doing what we can to listen and then translate what we're learning from our constituents into action.
In this week's Things to Do, celebrate special traditions at El Pueblo's Las Posadas. Step up to the Pacoima Holiday Parade and enjoy a Santa visit and holiday art at Stonehouse. All this up next on Things to Do.
Join El Pueblo at the birthplace of Los Angeles to celebrate the tradition of Las Posadas. The Olvera Street Merchants Association hosts this special Christmas tradition of a nightly procession through the streets of El Pueblo. Enjoy Christmas carols in English and Spanish as the journey to Bethlehem is depicted in the historical heart of Los Angeles. Each evening will have a children's piñata, live entertainment from Rondella del Sol, complimentary champorado and pan dulce, and the procession itself. Enjoy Las Posadas on each of 9 nights, beginning on Monday, December 16th through Tuesday, December 24th, each night from 6:30 p.m. For more information, visit elpueblo.lacity.gov. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez invites the community to join her at the 57th Annual Pacoima Holiday Parade, taking place on December 14th. Held in partnership with the Pacoima Chamber of Commerce, this yearly holiday tradition brings the spirit of the season to Pacoima City Hall. The parade is a true community celebration and features local businesses and associations, performers, equestrians, and dancers. Head to Pacoima City Hall and join neighbors and friends at the 57th Annual Pacoima Holiday Parade on Saturday, December 14th, beginning at 9 a.m. For more information, see the Events tab on Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez's website at cd7.lacity.gov. It's the busy season for Santa Claus, and on December 14th, the Man in Red will be making an appearance at the Sun Valley Youth Art Center. Join the Department of Cultural Affairs at the Stone House to celebrate the season. Take your photo with Santa and join in on the holiday art workshops that follow. All the materials will be provided and admission is free with an RSVP. The holiday activities are taking place outside the historical Stone House. Visit the Sun Valley Youth Art Center for Santa and Holiday Art Workshop on Saturday, December 14th at 10 a.m. For more information, visit culture.lacity.gov/events. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for this week. I'm Natalia Bilbao, and from all of us here at LA This Week, thank you so much for joining us. Remember that you can watch us online anytime at lacityview.org, and we're also on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Did you know the average LA resident uses about 89 gallons of water each day? Challenge yourself to conserve. Turning off the faucet when you brush saves up to 10 gallons of water. Taking a 5-minute or less shower saves up to 15 gallons of water. Washing only full loads of laundry saves up to 30 gallons of water. And fixing a running toilet can save up to 50 gallons of water. Keep it in mind all day, every day. It's water conservation the LA way.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. I am Holly Lynn Walcott, the Los Angeles City Clerk. It is my pleasure to preside over this meeting until the council election is held for the next president. I also want to welcome all new members. Today is their first meeting, and I'm really excited to have you all here. Public comment will be taken both in the chamber, in person, and via teleconference for today's meeting. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield, Harris Dawson, Hernandez, Hutt, Jurado, Lee, McOsker, Nazarian, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky, 13 members present and a quorum, Madam Clerk.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes of December 6th, 2024.
Council Member Harris Dawson, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Oh wait, going back, I missed something. Hold on. Oh, approval of the minutes. Councilmember Hutt moves and Park seconds. Commendatory resolutions for approval?
That's correct. Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Soto Martinez moves. Price seconds.
Madam Clerk, today is Tuesday and it's time for the flag salute.
Okay, now if everyone would please rise for this flag salute. And Councilmember Lee, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, let's run through the agenda.
Madam Clerk, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Madam Clerk, there is a request to hold a couple of items, 28, 40, 64, and 72.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Items 1 through 22 are items noticed for public hearing. Items 23 through 40 are items for which public hearings have been held. For item 35, we have received a community impact statement from the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council. Items 41 through 72 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection, those items are now before us. Do members have any items they would like to call special?
Madam Clerk, I'd like to call item 27 special, please.
Item 27 for Mr. McOsker. Councilmember Rahman?
I have amendments on items 35 and 38, which are with the city attorney.
Councilmember Lee?
Items 35, 36, and 38 for a minor technical amendment.
Councilmember Hernandez?
So, Madam Clerk, I recommend that we read in the amendments as they come in, if that's okay.
Without objection, that'll be the order. Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you so much. I would like to call item 64 special for a separate vote. I also have comments for item 35.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
So, Madam Chair, I apologize. Can we slow down just a minute so we can make sure that we're getting all this down correctly? So I have amendments from CD4 on items number 35 and 38. And then, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lee?
36 and 38, just technical amendments.
And the attorney will read them into the record.
And we do have those now, so I will read them. Just bear with me as I find them because there are multiple amendments. So for Councilmember Rahman, on item number 35, the amendment reads, I move that item number 35 be amended to adopt the following additional recommendation. 11, request the city attorney, in consultation with the planning department, to incorporate in the requested draft CHIP ordinance, as requested in recommendation number 3, language that expands eligibility of single-family zones as follows. Subsection I, All single-family zones, except for agricultural zones and opportunity corridors and corridor transition areas 2 and 3 and high opportunity areas, as described in option 2 of Exhibit D to the City Planning Commission, CPC, staff recommendation report, and 2, all eligible single-family zones, except for agricultural zones and moderate and high opportunity areas within 0.5 miles of a major transit stop for 100% affordable housing projects, faith-based organization projects, and shared equity projects as described in option 6 of Exhibit D in the CPC staff recommendation report, subject to revisions for conformance with the format and style for the Chapter 1A ordinance to be consistent with the new zoning code and modifications to ensure consistency with state law. And is there a second to this motion?
Councilmember Hernandez.
I'm being told it is Councilmember Hernandez. And the second amendment, this is to item number 38, reads as follows. I move that item number 38 on today's agenda be amended to adopt the following additional recommendations. 4, request the city attorney to incorporate in the requested draft adaptive reuse ordinance as referenced in recommendation number 3, the following language in lieu of any prior language to amend Municipal Code section 12.22A.26C4 as follows. A, separate the two clauses under the uses allowed section 12.22A.26C4 and B, add the following new text shown with an underline and delete prior text shown with a strike through. Active ground floor. 4, existing ground floor commercial uses may be converted to residential use, provided that at least the first 15 feet of depth as measured perpendicularly from the primary pedestrian entrance, and it strikes the language street-facing facade, shall be designed and intended for such active uses as live/work units or common residential amenity spaces, such as fitness rooms, lounges, lobbies, or co-working space, to maintain active uses at the ground floor. Maintaining transparency. Additionally, while the ground floor facade may be modified, the new ground floor use shall maintain or may increase transparency and shall not reduce the existing condition of exterior glazing. And this is the new language. This requirement shall apply when, and it strikes the word on, any portion of a ground floor, additional new language, is accessed directly from, and it strikes the word fronting, a public street, an additional new language, or along the entirety of any facade that serves as the primary pedestrian entrance. End of the new language. Only such reductions as are required for seismic reinforcement, fire/life safety concerns, or other upgrades to improve performance of the existing building shall be allowed. And 5, request the city attorney to incorporate in the requested draft adaptive reuse ordinance as referenced in recommendation number 3, the following language in lieu of any prior language to amend Municipal Code section 12.22A.26G2 to allow for intermediate levels to reference California Building Code section 1208.2 minimum ceiling heights instead of an 8-foot minimum ceiling height. And is there a second to this amendment? So I'm being told it's Councilmember Hernandez again? Okay. And Mr. Herman, welcome to this meeting. This is your first and only formal warning. Please do not disrupt the reading of aloud of the amendments. And for the motions being introduced by Councilmember Lee, with regards to item 35, the motion reads, I move that item 35 on today's council agenda be amended to remove the following recommendation. 5, request the city attorney to prepare and transmit for council consideration in an optional draft ordinance as recommended by the LACPC with technical modifications in the November 13th, 2024 and November 14th, 2024 DCP reports, otherwise known as Option 2 CHIP Ordinance. Is there a second to this motion? Item 36. I move that item 36 be amended to adopt the following recommendation in lieu of recommendations 4 and 5. 4. Instruct the Planning Department to prepare a revised inventory of lower-income housing element rezoning sites, sites list, part of the Housing Element Sites and Minimum Density Ordinance, Sites Ordinance, to make any necessary changes and correct any errors, including to reflect changes made to the sites list as a result of City Council's action to amend the Citywide Housing Incentive Program Ordinance. Council File 21-1230-S5, and to transmit the revised sites list for City Council consideration at the same time as the adoption of the sites ordinance. And is there a second to this motion? I'm being told it's Councilmember Harris Dawson. And the last amendment from Councilmember Lee for item 38 reads, I move that item 38 on today's council agenda be amended to adopt the following additional recommendations. Request the city attorney, in consultation with the planning department, to incorporate in the requested draft adaptive reuse ordinance, as referenced in recommendation number 3, the following language with technical amendments to both Chapter 1 and 1A of the Municipal Code as follows. A. Remove the definition of transient residential use from Municipal Code Section 12.03 in the draft ordinance. B. Replace transient residential use from all other provisions in the draft ordinance with the term hotel. Hotels in the citywide adaptive reuse ordinance 12.22.A.26 C shall exclude conversions to or from hotel uses subject to residential hotel unit conversion and demolition ordinance in accordance with Article 7.1 of the Municipal Code. B.I. Amend all related references in the Adaptive Reuse Ordinance, ARO, including the table in Section 12.22.A.26, C3 of the ARO Ordinance to reflect new terminology. And C. Move the terms residential use and non-residential use from Section 12.03 to Section 12.22.A.26 in the draft ordinance to create a new definition section to apply exclusively to adaptive reuse projects. CI. Replace the term tenancy with occupancy under residential use. And is there a second to this motion? So I see Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. For item 4, we have an amendment that the city attorney will read.
Yes. The amendment reads that I move that item number 4 on today's council agenda be amended to instruct the Department of Building and Safety to take the necessary actions to waive the late charge/collection fee, the accumulated interest fee, and the title report fee associated with this case. And is there a second to this motion?
Ms. Rodriguez.
I'd also like to hold, mic on? There we go. I'd also like to hold item 41 for a separate vote. Item 67, like to recommend the adoption of the CAO report and note and file the mayor's report. And item 72, I'd like to request a separate vote out of a lack of financial disclosure.
For item 67, could we get a second?
Mr. Blumenfield, seconds. Councilmember Price.
Thank you, Madam President. City Attorney has asked me to recuse myself from items 29, 30, and 31 because I am a landlord. Additionally, I'm recusing myself from item 68 because my wife's employer has worked on the project. And I'd like to move item 26 back to the Economic Development and Justice Committee.
And if we could get a second for the action to send item 26 back to committee.
Second? Someone?
Is there a second?
Seeing none.
Councilmember Blumenfield. And that's the Economic, Community Development, and Jobs Committee.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yes, I have three items. Item 31 for an amendment and comments. And we can read the amendment into the record.
Yes, the amendment reads, I move that item number 31 on today's council agenda be amended to replace recommendation 9 as follows. And I assume the underlined language at the end is the new language. So it reads, instruct the LHD and request the city attorney to report to council with recommendations related to Los Angeles Municipal Code, section 21.9.16, additional exemptions, city council approval, to exempt qualified affordable housing organizations selling property from the homelessness and housing solutions tax if they are using proceeds from the sale, which exceeds the taxed amount, specifically to build affordable housing, and this is the new language, or to provide subsidized housing or income support for at-risk communities, including seniors. These exemptions shall be effective as of the effective date of Ordinance 187.692. The Departments of Housing and Office of Finance shall facilitate refunds for any exempt organizations that qualify under these additional exemptions. And I believe it's being seconded by Councilmember Park.
Okay. And then also item 35 for comments and item 72 for comments.
Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Thank you. I'd like to ask that we continue item 28 until Friday, December 13th. I'd like to call item 40 special for comments. And I have an amendment on item 64 that I believe the city attorney has.
The amendment reads, I move that item number 64 on today's council agenda be amended to adopt the following recommendation, number 1, in lieu of the recommendation number 1 identified in the motion. 1, appropriate/allocate $114,000 in the Century City Neighborhood Traffic Protection Trust, fund number 47M/50, account number 50V031, Constellation Place neighborhood, to the Los Angeles Police Foundation for the acquisition/purchase and installation of automated license plate readers in the Cheviot Hills neighborhood, and direct/authorize the city clerk to prepare the necessary documents with and/or payments to the Los Angeles Police Foundation or any other agency or organization as appropriate in the above amount for the above purpose, subject to the approval of the city attorney if needed, and the council member of the district be authorized to execute any such documents on behalf of the city. And I believe it's being seconded by Councilmember Lee.
And Madam Clerk, just to reiterate, that was item 28 that will be continued to Friday, December 13th.
Without objection, that'll be the order. Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much. I have a few amendments, one for item 35 and two for item 38. I believe the city attorney has copies of that.
Yes, just 1 minute. Okay. So the amendment for item number 35 reads, I move that item 35 be amended to adopt the following additional recommendation. 11, request the city attorney to incorporate in the draft CHIP ordinance and its relevant sections of the municipal code the following language. in lieu of the language contained in the November 15th, 2024 Council District 13 letter, Attachment 2, attached to the council file as referenced in Recommendations 3 and 9 to modify the base incentive for relief from mandatory roadway widenings. Chapter 1, Roadway Widening. A project shall be exempt from any applicable roadway widening requirements, which for the purposes of this base incentive shall mean the relocation of an established curb or curb and gutter pursuant to LAMC Section 12.37. A project shall further be eligible for relief from some required dedication, where applicable. Required dedications and improvements shall conform to the street dedication and improvement investigation criteria. Granting of this base incentive for roadway widening relief shall not require a project to seek approval pursuant to the procedures described in Section 12.37I, Waiver and Appeals. A project utilizing this incentive shall still be required to dedicate land and complete all other public right-of-way improvements, including but not limited to sidewalk improvements that may be required. A waiver of dedication and improvement pursuant to Section 12.37I, Waivers and Appeals, shall still be required for projects seeking to be exempt from a required land dedication or required improvement other than roadway widening. Exception: projects in a very high fire hazard severity zone, hillside area, coastal zone, or projects subject to procedures in LAMC Section 13B.2.3, Class 3 Conditional Use Permit of Chapter 1A of this code shall not be eligible for this base incentive. Chapter 1A, Roadway Widening. A project shall be exempt from any applicable roadway widening requirements, which for the purposes of this base incentive shall mean the relocation of an established curb or curb and gutter pursuant to Division 10.1, Street Dedication and Improvement. A project shall further be eligible for relief from some required dedication, where applicable. Required dedications and improvements shall conform to the street dedication and improvement investigation criteria. Granting this base incentive for roadway widening relief shall not require a project to seek approval pursuant to the procedures described in Section 10.1.10, Waiver and Appeals. A project utilizing this incentive shall still be required to dedicate land and complete all other public right-of-way improvements, including but not limited to sidewalk improvements that may be required. A waiver of dedication and improvement pursuant to Section 10.1.10, Waiver and Appeals, shall still be required for projects seeking to be exempt from a required land dedication or required improvement other than roadway widening. Exception: projects in a very high fire hazard severity zone, hillside area, coastal zone, or projects subject to procedures in LAMC Section 13B.2.3, Class 3 Conditional Use Permit of Chapter 1A of this code shall not be eligible for this base incentive. And is there a second to this motion?
Councilmember Lee seconds.
Okay, and the amendments for item 38, and there are two of them. The first one reads, I move that item 38 be amended to adopt the following additional recommendation. 4, request the city attorney, in consultation with the planning department, to incorporate language in the draft citywide adaptive reuse ordinances to conform with council's intent that new or expanded hotels established in Los Angeles are subject to the conditional use permit procedures established in the Responsible Hotel Ordinance. And is there a second to this motion?
Councilmember McCosker seconds.
Okay, and the third and final motion from Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez at this time reads, I move that item 38 on today's council agenda be amended to adopt the following additional recommendation. 5, request the city attorney, in consultation with the planning department, to ensure the draft ordinances described above amend the proposed ordinance to only allow hotels, lodging, motel, or other transient residential uses to be eligible for the adaptive reuse incentives to convert to housing if the hotel has fewer than 60 rooms, that's 60, with the room count determined based on the room count on the opening of the hotel or on January 1st, 2025, whichever is greater. And is there a second to this motion?
Councilmember Price seconds. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Councilmember Harris Dawson.
For a substitute motion?
I picked it up, but I heard item 65 for a substitute motion, which I can read into the record now. The motion reads, on September 27th, 2023, the City Council adopted recommendations authorizing the Bureau of Street Services to accept fiscal year 2022 to 23 priority legislative budget projects, PLBP, or earmarks, funds from the California Legislature for the Broadway South, also known as Broadway Sur, project, Council File number 23-0899. The Bureau of the Street Services has executed the funding transfer agreement with the California Department of Transportation and received one lump sum advance in the amount of $7 million, which was subsequently deposited into a holding account within Fund Number 305, Revenue Source 3361. I therefore move that the City Council, subject to the approval of the Mayor, authorize the Controller to transfer $7 million from Fund Number 305, Revenue Source 3361-00, to a new account in the Capital Improvement Expenditure Program, Fund Number 100-54, Appropriation Unit TBD, to be determined, project titled Broadway South State Earmark. I further move that the Bureau of Street Services be authorized to make any corrections, clarifications, or revisions to the above fund transfer instructions, including any new instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this motion, and including any corrections and changes to fund or account numbers. Said corrections/clarifications/changes may be made orally, electronically, or by any other means. And is there a second to this substitute motion? Councilmember Hernandez.
And Madam Clerk, there is a request to continue item 56 to Friday, December 13th.
Without objection, that'll be the order. Mr. Clerk, which items are available to vote on?
Madam Clerk, the council may now vote on items 23 to 25, 32 through 34, 37, and 39.
Please open the roll on those items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Mr. Clerk, are there any other available items to vote on before we move to public comment?
Not at this moment.
Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on these items, close the roll. Oh, wait, sorry. Wrong line in the script. We are now moving to public comment. Please note today's meeting includes a call-in option for public comment. Public comment will be taken both in person in the council chamber and also via teleconference. Mr. Clerk and Mr. City Attorney, would you please read out the call-in information that was provided on the agenda and any speaking rules to the members of the public calling in to speak?
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press *6 to unmute. Just to repeat, as indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press *6 to unmute.
To people providing public comment, when it is your turn to speak, either at the podium or please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak to. You will have 1 minute per item, up to 3 minutes total for the items open for public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you are not on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you are on topic, you will get one brief warning from me or the president. At that point, you need to get immediately and clearly on topic. If you do not do so, or if you again stray off topic, you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time, and we will move on to the next speaker. The items that are open for public comment are items 1 through 22, item 38 as amended, items 41 through 72, and the election of the council president. So again, let me repeat. The items that are open for public comment are items 1 through 22, item 38 as amended, items 41 through 72, and the election of the council president. Members of the public may also speak for up to 1 minute for general public comment. During general public comment, members of the public may speak to any of the items or anything else in the city's subject matter jurisdiction. For members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, an automated message from Zoom will prompt you to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you do so, council staff will prompt you once more. At that point, you need to immediately unmute yourself, or unfortunately, you will forfeit your speaking time and we will have to move on to the next caller. Additionally, because of a brief time delay between the live meeting and the broadcast, 2 things are important. First, while waiting for your turn to speak, please keep an ear to the phone so you know in real time when it is your turn to press *6 to unmute. Second, if you're listening to the meeting on another device, please turn down the volume on that device immediately when it's your turn to speak. Between the time delay and feedback, it will cause a great deal of confusion if you continue to listen on your other devices. A couple more announcements. For anybody who would like to see the amendments that were just read into the record, I know there were a lot, you can check the bulletin board in a few minutes. It should be on your right-hand side of the council chambers to look at the actual written copies of those amendments. Also, one final announcement that I'm going to ask the interpreter to make aloud to the room. So if you require a Spanish language interpreter for your public comment,
Si requiere usted interpretación en español para esta junta,
please make sure to pause during your public comment so that the interpreter can do their job.
por favor, cuando hable haga una pausa para poder hacer la traducción.
Don't worry, we will pause your time so you will get the same amount of time as everybody else. Thank you.
No se preocupe porque se le va a otorgar el mismo monto del tiempo como a todos los demás. Gracias.
I will begin by calling names. Tess Taylor, Christina Campos, Sophia Mendoza, Maria Briones, and Allison Schallert.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning. My name is Tess Taylor. I'd like to speak on item 35 and on general public comment. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council. I'm its president and presenting a community impact statement. How much time do I have, please? 5 minutes.
The chair said you have 5 minutes, then impact statement.
Thank you.
Mr. Herman, you have been warned already. You are here at almost every single meeting. You know to please hold your applause until the end. I cannot hear what the speaker is saying or what the chair is saying. So this will be your second and final warning. Do not disrupt this meeting. I'm sorry, Speaker. So you have 5 minutes for the community impact statement. And then with regards to your requested personal items, item 35 is not open for public comment, but you'll have 1 minute for general. We're going to separate those out. So clerk, if you could please set the clock for 5 minutes for the community impact statement. Go ahead.
Thank you. Tess Taylor here, president of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, and presenting today on its behalf. This is related to the third draft proposal of the housing element of the general plan and the citywide housing incentive program ordinance, the CHIP ordinance. The amendments that were just presented this morning have not been reviewed or considered by many people here who are concerned, which includes me and my entire community. We would like to make our support clear of the exclusion of R1 single-family zones from multifamily housing development. The Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council specifically opposes Exhibit D, quote-unquote, options which would permit such incompatible zoning. The third draft identifies sufficient zoning capacity to fulfill the regional housing needs allocation state mandate without resorting to such options. We wholeheartedly reject any of the amendments that were put forward today until they can be reviewed and commented upon. This is GTLNC's only endorsement within the current third draft proposal approved by the City Planning Commission on Thursday, September 26, 2024. 18 days of advance notice is a conspicuously inadequate amount of time to read, let alone analyze and consider the 2,050 pages of materials in the proposal, which are not written in plain language, even by people with specific expertise in land use and city planning, and its permanent, irreversible, and far too often negative implications and consequences, and much less so by unpaid neighborhood council volunteers, none of whom have unlimited time to commit to such tasks, and no qualified staff support whatsoever for such purposes. So once again, the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council supports the exclusion of R1 single-family zones from the multifamily housing development. We thank you for your consideration, and we hope that you will give greater consideration to the residents and voters of the City of Los Angeles, because sometimes it's not clear whose interests are being represented by council members on this council. Thank you very much. Tess Taylor, Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Sofía Mendoza. Soy miembro de ACE y vivo en el Distrito 9.
Good morning. My name is Sofia Mendoza. I am a member of ACE and I live in District 9.
Quiero hacer un comentario público en general.
I would like to make a public comment, general public comment.
So you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Tiene un minuto, adelante.
Quiero hablar sobre el punto 37. Apoyo a las ordenanzas de protecciones de los residentes para evitar que el desplazamiento permanente debido a las demoliciones de vivienda.
Permítame. I would like to talk about number 37, and I would like to support the ordinance to protect the residents of the area.
Que es un problema constante en Los Ángeles.
It's a constant problem in Los Angeles.
Les pedimos que aprueben la ordenanza de protecciones de los residentes tal como está para garantizar
We ask you to approve the ordinance number 7 as it is to guarantee
que estas protecciones estén disponibles para los inquilinos.
that these protections are available for renters.
El punto 35 es hora de poner fin a las segregaciones históricas de nuestras comunidades en Los Ángeles.
The point number 35 will put an end to the historical segregation of our communities in Los Angeles.
Queremos asegurarnos de que las personas negras y morenas tengan acceso a áreas de altos recursos.
We want to make sure that African Americans and brown people have access to other areas.
Por eso necesitamos que el ayuntamiento adopte la opción número 1.
That is why we need the city hall to adopt the point number 1.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Zach Martin, Iris Craig, Alfonso Directo Jr., Leticia Flores, Anna Carian, Ursula Wagner.
Okay, and while we're waiting for the next speakers to come up, speakers, you do not need to speak in the order in which your name was called. So as soon as your name was called, please feel free to line up on your left-hand side of the council chambers. Also, I just realized that item number 56, which nobody's spoken to yet, was continued to this Friday. So item 56 is not open for public comment. So just to clarify, the items that are open for public comment are items 1 through 22, item 38 as amended, item 41 through 55, items 57 through 72, and the election of the council president. Good morning, Speaker. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Sure, Alfonso Directo Jr. So I signed up for general public comment, 31, 35, and 40.
Okay, so the items that you're requesting are not open for public comment, but you have 1 minute for general.
General
Go
public
ahead.
comment. Okay. Good morning, Council. My name is Alfonso Directo Jr. I'm the Advocacy Director with ACT LA. I'm commenting here in support of 31, 35, CHIP option number 1, and item 40. I'm really excited that this day has come for ULA and the ULA guidelines to be passed. ACT LA is leading a campaign for social housing, and that's one of the really wonderful guidelines that are in 31 today. We're excited to see social housing units in design soon to build permanently affordable, resident-run housing in Los Angeles. We're also here in support of CHIP option 1. We need to expand single-family zones to desegregate the city, comply with affirmatively furthering fair housing, and reduce the displacement burden in multifamily zoned areas that are already facing gentrification and displacement pressures. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd
My
like to
name is
speak to.
Maria Briones. I'm a member of ACE, and I'm a longtime Antillano. I would like to say that we support the Resident Protections Ordinance to prevent permanent displacement due to home demolitions, which is an ongoing issue in Los Angeles. Evictions due to demolitions and tenant harassment are linked. When tenants are removed from their homes through harassment and unlawful evictions as a way to clear buildings before demolition, they are unaware of their right to reclaim replacement unit and will not be able to return and receive relocation payments. Also, we ask to pass the Resident Protections Ordinance just as it is to ensure that these protections are available for tenants. I also support the ULA expenditure guidelines to ensure that our city has the resources it needs to solve the housing crisis. Tenants should have a lawyer every time they go to court. That is why I supported tenants' right to counsel. And please vote yes on ULA so we can have those funds start moving to build affordable housing for everyone. We have the right to have a home, and we have a right to live in peace. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Hi, yes, good morning. My name is Iris Craig. I'm giving general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I'm here speaking with Sage. I'm a renter living in CD5. I'm here today to urge the council to prioritize equitable housing policies that protect renters and expand affordable housing opportunities across Los Angeles. The city has a chance to lead by creating more inclusive housing policies that allow affordable homes to be built in every neighborhood, including high opportunity areas. Expanding affordable housing programs to reach these areas is a critical step towards addressing our city's housing crisis. Additionally, it's vital to strengthen tenant protections. A clear, effective notification process ensures that renters are informed of their rights and can stay in their homes, especially in neighborhoods vulnerable to displacement from new development. I want to express strong support for Measure ULA. The programs it funds, like tenant education, outreach, rental assistance, and right to counsel, are essential for safeguarding renters and stabilizing communities. These initiatives represent bold steps towards a more just and equitable Los Angeles, and I want to thank Council for its ongoing efforts to encourage and continued leadership to protect tenants and create opportunities for affordable housing citywide. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could
Good
please
morning.
remind us of the name.
I speak Spanish.
Okay. Interpreter,
Buenos días.
if you could ask her which items would you like to speak to?
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, ¿puede indicar su nombre y sobre cuáles temas quiere comentar, por favor?
Sí, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Ana Carrión. Vengo representando a la comunidad de Saje en el sur centro de Los Ángeles. Vivo en el distrito 8, en el área del señor Harris Dawson, pero trabajo con todos ustedes, los concejales de todas las áreas, de la vivienda, el transporte
Un
y
segundo,
educación
señora,
en la
por
escuela
favor.
pública.
Si me puede permitir. Yes, hello, my name is Anna Carrion. I represent the
What is that,
organization SAGE, and I live in South Central in District 8, which is Mr. Harris
¿Dónde
Dawson's district. But I am also trying to work with all of you members of the City Council. Ahí adelante.
¿Ya?
Go ahead.
Ok. Hoy vengo a pedirle al Consejo que tiene la oportunidad de dar un gran paso a la medida Yula.
I am right here to tell the council members that you have the opportunity to take a big step forward.
Apoyo firmemente que el Consejo apruebe las pautas finales del programa para Yula.
I am asking you guys to support to approval for EULA.
También el plan de gastos. Yula también ayudará a financiar el derecho a un abogado.
And also to the plan of spending money to finance the right to legal representation,
Educación
education,
y alcance para inquilinos
and affordability for tenants,
y la asistencia para alquiler.
and the assistance to be able to afford housing.
También apoyo la ordenanza para codificar el derecho a un abogado.
And I also support the ordinance to have legal representation or the right to legal representation.
Quiero agradecer al concejal Raman por su liderazgo y agradecer a todos los concejales que han apoyado el avance de la ordenanza para el derecho de un abogado.
And I would like to thank Councilwoman Rahman and all the council members who have supported the ordinance to have the right to legal representation.
Les pido a los miembros del concejal votar sí y seguir adelante con el CHIP, las pautas y el programa de plan de gastos de la medida Yula y la ordenanza RTC hoy mismo.
And I ask all the council members to vote yes for the ordinance for CHIP and for EULA and for RSAP.
Le doy la bienvenida a la concejal jurado y al señor Adrian Nazarian en la comunidad de South Central. Gracias.
Yes, and also I would like to say welcome to the new council members, Adrian Nazarian and Jurado in this city council member. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Leticia Flores. Iba a dar mi opinión pública. Yo ahorita estoy teniendo muchos problemas. Vivo en el distrito 9.
Sorry, my name is Leticia Flores from District 9, and I'm here to do general public comment.
Y en lo personal ahorita estoy teniendo muchos problemas con el nuevo dueño de la casa. Desde la pandemia me ha metido 4 desalojos. Han llegado a cerrarme el parqueadero, a cortarme el candado, abrirme mi storage.
Yes, un segundo. Yes, I have been having problems with my landlord who has been giving me notices of eviction, and he has also put locks in my storage spaces, and he has also infringed my parking rights in the property.
Y quisiera pedir ayuda para la organización que están pidiendo para el apoyo de tener un abogado, ya que yo soy deshabilitada.
And I am also asking you guys to approve the ordinance to have legal representation, given that I am impaired.
Estoy yendo a la organización de SAGE, ahí me han ayudado bastante, pero ahorita que el dueño me sigue enviando cartas, la verdad ya no sé qué hacer, ni a quién más pedirle ayuda. Gracias.
I have gone to SAGE, and they have been of a lot of help for me. However, the owner keeps sending me letters, and I no longer know what to do, and I am asking for help. Thank you.
Gracias.
And before the next speaker begins, Sergeants, if I could just ask you on the side, just to ask the last speaker which district she lives in?
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Madi Manji, Aquila, Veronica, Jorge Herod or George Herod, Shane Hinson, Eva Garcias.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Buen día, mi nombre es Cristina Campos, soy residente del Distrito 9 y miembro de ACE. Vengo a hacer un comentario público sobre el punto 37.
Yes, hello, my name is Cristina Campos of District 9, member of ACE. I am here to do a public comment for item 37.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Un minuto.
Apoyamos la ordenanza de protección de los residentes para evitar el desplazamiento permanente.
Yes, we are here to support the ordinance in favor of tenants to evade permanent unhousingness.
Debido a las demoliciones de vivienda, que es un problema constante en Los Ángeles.
Given the demolitions of housing, which is a big problem in Los Angeles.
El punto 30, es hora de poner fin a la segregación histórica de nuestras comunidades en Los Ángeles.
And it is time to put an end to the segregation of minority communities in Los Angeles.
Queremos asegurarnos de que las personas afroamericanas tengan acceso a áreas de altos recursos.
And we want to make sure that people of the African American communities have access to more resources.
Por eso necesitamos que el ayuntamiento adopte la opción número 1.
And that is why we need City Hall to approve of option number 1.
También apoyo las pautas de gasto de ley de la vivienda local de ULA.
And we also support the spendings of the local law from ULA
para garantizar que nuestra ciudad tenga los recursos que necesita para resolver las crisis de vivienda.
to guarantee that our communities has adequate resources to solve the crisis of housing.
Y que todos los inquilinos tengamos derecho a un abogado que nos represente en una corte.
And for all tenants to have the right to have a lawyer that will represent us in a court of law.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Which
All
item?
right, just checking. What I have here, agenda items 29, 30, 31, and general public comment.
Okay, so the items you've listed are not open for public comment, but you can speak to them during general. So you have
What's that now?
So the items you listed are not open for public comment.
Okay, good enough.
But you can speak to them during general. So you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Say that one more time.
You have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
And what else did you say so I can get an understanding?
So other items that you listed are not open. So you
Very
have-
good.
you
Anyway, I
have-
support city
That's
council.
okay. So you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. Hail on the mistletoe, I'm gonna get to know housing is a human right. Woo! Okay, first of all, general public comment, I would like to officially welcome Isabel Gerardo as being the official one today. Love you. Okay, let's not continue business as usual. You're representing CD14. We expect and demand you hear the voices of your constituents, including the Skid Row community. Kevin Radio, where are you? It's your birthday today. Lastly, let's lift the curse of Count CD14 seat. Your predecessors, Jose Huezer, Kevin Alexander Leon, you know what I'm talking about. Welcome, Isabel.
Speaker,
We're
your
here.
time has expired. Next
Right
speaker.
on. Brother Pancake. Make some noise, y'all.
Speaker, please do not disrupt this meeting. So the gentleman who just spoke in the vest that says LA Can, this is your first and only formal warning. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning. Shane Henson, speaking on item 29 and general public comment.
Okay, so item number 29 is not open for public comment, but you have 1 minute for general. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Shane Henson, and I'm a staff attorney and public policy advocate with Intercity Law Center. Intercity Law Center asked the council to pass today's amendments to the proposed Right to Counsel program. The proposed changes will ensure tenants will receive proper notice from the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles whenever they are threatened with the loss of their subsidized housing. Additionally, Intercity Law Center, in partnership with Hope LA, recommends that the city boost the effectiveness of CHIP by adopting Exhibit D, Option 1. However, Intercity Law Center believes Councilmember Rahman's amendments recommending the adoption of Exhibit D, Option 2+6, is a valuable compromise worth considering. An extraordinary array of civic organizations are calling on Los Angeles to legalize apartments in high-opportunity, single-family zoned areas. These groups include pro-housing organizations, affordable housing developers, homeless service providers, tenant rights orgs, business orgs, and more. These groups don't always agree on everything, but we agree on this. When nearly all the civic sector is telling the city something is important, they should listen. It's time to move forward. Thank you.
Hola, muy buenos días.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Mi nombre es Eva García y vengo a hablar sobre comentario general y el 30.
Yes, I am here. My name is Seba Garcia. I am here to speak for item number 30 and general public comment.
Estoy aquí para pedir que aprueben el cheat para que puedan nuestra comunidad poder tener evitar los desarrollos de vivienda que están llevando a la gentrificación a nuestra comunidad.
Yes, I'm here asking you guys to approve the CHIP ordinance so that our communities may avoid the housing developments that are causing evictions or unhousingness for people.
Desde los pequeños dueños hasta los corporativos.
From small business owners to corporate business owners.
Están pensando en mercantilizar nuestra vivienda.
They are thinking in taking away our housing.
Y eso hace que nuestros inquilinos sufran día con día desalojos y acosos.
And that makes us, the tenants, having to deal with daily harassments.
Por eso es importante que cambien, que revisen el chip, porque eso ayudará a que nuestros inquilinos permanezcan en hogares tranquilos.
And that is why it is important for you guys to revise CHIP so that our tenants may live in peace.
Y también quiero pedir que aprueben ya nuestras pautas sobre la medida ULA.
And I am also asking you to approve the guidelines for motion 1.
Queremos celebrar esta Navidad y este Año Nuevo, que ustedes digan sí inmediato.
And we would like to celebrate this Christmas and New Year's with a yes from you guys.
Porque se ha luchado muchos años para poder pasar este programa.
Because we have fought for years to approve this program.
Y eso causará ayuda a nuestra comunidad.
And that would help our community out tremendously.
Y también pedimos que nos den abogados gratuitos mientras defendemos las otras.
Speaker, your time has expired. We need to move on to the next speaker.
Señora, se le acabó su tiempo. Tenemos que ir adelante con el siguiente comentarista.
Good morning. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Ikila,
Which items would you like to speak to?
I'm speaking on public comment.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay. I represent the Downtown Women's Action Coalition, and I'm here to speak on building community-led solutions. Skid Row has existed for so long as a community that has been both created and neglected by the city. It is time for the city to shift its approach and start supporting community-led models that build on existing resources and infrastructures. Community spaces like Blue Hollywood, the Sanctuary, Stephanie's White House, the Sidewalk Project, and LA Can have provided safety for women, and these models should be expanded and supported. The city should partner with these community organizations to build more inclusive, trauma-informed care systems and make sure that the services are available at all hours, particularly for women who are vulnerable outside the regular business hours. Skid Row is a community shaped by neglect and has also become a hub of resilience and resourcefulness. So let's create solutions that already exist and that are making a difference.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
I am Veronica, and I want to do a general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm here with LA CAN and DWAC, and I specifically would like to talk to Isabel and just welcome you to the council, and just to say that we are excited for a fresh new face is an understatement. The one thing that I want to bring up today is 4118 and how it directly affects the women population of Skid Row. The cognitive dissonance that happens when you see the services that are put in place to protect and serve are acting as tyrants and terrorizing the population in Skid Row is heartbreaking. And Isabel, I truly hope that we can work together and you can come down to LA CAN. We can have conversations on how to just begin to take the correct steps to correct 4118 and move into a better position for the livelihood of our women of the community there in Skid Row. It's imperative. It truly is a dystopian reality with 4118.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Sergio Maldonado, Scott Epstein, Richard Burns, Pedro Huerta, Oren Hadar, Olivia Wright, and Nelly Diaz.
So again, speakers, you don't need to wait until, or you do not need to line up in the order in which your name was called. So once you hear your name called, please feel free to line up on the left-hand side of council chambers. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Morning, Council. My name is Pedro Huerta, and I would like to speak on item number 27.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the closure of Phillips 66 affects all the community and the LA County community, especially down there in the South Bay. I'm born and raised down in San Pedro. A lot of my family members actually work there. Friends I grew up with, they're all going to be without a job because of this closure. Affects all the communities. All the people that work there spend their money in the communities, shopping, and Phillips 66 also helps a lot with the communities, the teen centers around there, Wilmington Teen Center. We just remodeled that. It's all volunteer work thanks to Phillips 66. The jobs that they create for all the people that live in that community and I grew up with. So we just ask for a smooth transition for them to create new jobs, maybe for the new construction sites of that, I'll go out to construction workers. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
My name is Sergio Maldonado. I will be speaking for item 27.
So item 27 is not open for public comment, but you have 1 minute for general. So go ahead. You have 1 minute.
I wanted to talk about the oil refinery, how it keeping over, I believe, 900 members of union with work constantly and hopefully it could stay open. But if not, I would like to make sure that it is unionized because the people that are working going to be jobless. That's a lot of work. I just left doing 14 hours there, and that is a place where we guarantee to keep constantly work. Since we're in the union and we're carpenters, we only usually get a certain amount of time on projects. So that is one place that is actually stationed for us that we get constantly work during majority of the time of the year. So if it's possible to keep it open, but once again, if not, then make sure that the jobs that do come available be union, because we gonna have a lot of brothers and sisters without work. So it will help us a lot, and hopefully you can keep that in consideration. I appreciate it.
My name is Lauren Harper, and I'm here to speak on general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I work at the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles as the data manager of Stay Housed LA. I'm here to support the amendments to the Right to Counsel ordinance that were passed by the Housing and Homelessness Committee. Thank you to the council members who have worked with our coalition to make this ordinance as strong as possible for tenants. When tenants in eviction are represented by Stay Housed LA, over half of tenants remain in their own homes, and an additional 40% receive a soft landing to prevent homelessness, including more time to move out, waived back rent through rental assistance, and paid relocation expenses. I also strongly support passing the permanent program guidelines for Measure ULA. Measure ULA ensures an ongoing funding source for Stay Housed LA as we grow to the full right to counsel codified in the ordinance, and continue providing legal representation, rental assistance, outreach, and education to thousands of tenants in LA each year. I urge all council members to vote yes on the Right to Counsel ordinance and the ULA program guidelines. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, I'm Edna Monroy, and I see that my items are not on the agenda, but I still want to name them. Item 29, 30, 31, 35, 37, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Edna, and I'm a tenant. I live in Council District 10, and I want to urge you all to support items 29, 30, 31, 35, 37 for item 35. Well, we need more housing, but we also need to ensure that tenants are protected. We also support the right to legal representation for tenants that are facing eviction. And we need to protect United to House LA. It's a measure that we want and that is going to keep and help a lot of tenants housed. So it's really important for the council members to vote yes on the CHIP Measure United to House LA Right to Counsel. I also want to welcome the new council members. I look forward to working together. And I also want to uplift the fact that rents are going to go up again in February. I urge the council president, Harris Dawson, to please meet with us. We need to pass a rent freeze because more tenants are going to get rent increases and people are going to end up in the streets, and we need to update the LARSO formula. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I will call another handful of names. Edna Monroy, Maria Barragan, Jackson Loop, Jessica Melendez, Ana Carrion, Estuardo Mazaricos, Joe Donlin.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Hi, my name is Oren Hadar. I'm going to speak on item 35.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been a homeowner in Mid-City for 13 years. I'm asking you, please don't protect me at the expense of my kids. I don't need protecting. I'm fine. Homeowners will be fine. It's my kids that are the ones who won't be able to afford to live here because LA has the worst housing shortage of any big city in America. Middle-class families are leaving by the thousands because they're priced out. Please act like this is a crisis and stop protecting the most privileged people in our city at the expense of everyone else. CHIP, as written, is not enough. It doesn't allow new housing in enough places. But adding single-family zones could create enough missing middle housing to give our kids a chance. And if you're worried about homeowner backlash, please consider options 2 and 6, which would allow neighborhood scale buildings on less than 5% of single family lots. My block has houses on one side and small apartment buildings on the other side. It's lovely. Please have courage. Give middle class kids a future in our city. Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I will call more names. Karen Ramirez, Tiffany Hinyard, Wendy Miranda, Andrea Bacos, and Andrew Salamian.
And before the next speaker begins, I believe we have an amending motion from Councilmember Park.
Yes, Mr. City Attorney. Councilmember Park.
Thank you. We have an amendment on item 15. The city attorney has a copy.
Yes, so I'll read that into the record right now. So this is with regards to item number 15, that's 1-5. I move that item number 15 on today's council agenda be amended to instruct the Department of Building and Safety to take the necessary actions to waive the late charge/collection fee, the accumulated interest fee, and the title report fee associated with this case. And is there a second to this motion? So I have Councilmember McCosker. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Speaker. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Absolutely. My name is Scott Epstein, Director of Policy and Research with Abundant Housing LA, speaking on agenda item 35.
Sorry, agenda what?
35.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm here to stand in strong support of Councilmember Rahman's amendment to the CHIP ordinance, adding in single-family parcels through options 2 and 6 prepared by city planning. Look, the UCLA report that came out recently shows something very clear. Even under the most optimistic scenario, CHIP as currently drafted doesn't come close to meeting our housing target. Do we want to be a city that does just a better job than some other anti-housing cities, or do we want to be a city that actually solves the problem? The only way to do it is to open up more parcels for development. And if we wall off every single family zone parcel in the city, we cannot solve our housing crisis. I ask you to make this small but meaningful step to open up 5% of those parcels. Thank you.
Please state your name and which items you'd like to speak on.
Maria Calban, general comment.
You have 1 minute.
I am the co-founder of United Neighbors, a large citywide coalition of community groups. We are here in support of Draft 3 of CHIP without Exhibit D or new amendments. For the past 2 years, our group has worked collaboratively with the planning department, council offices, and mayor's office to identify housing opportunities in each of our high-resource communities on all our commercial corridors that could create tomorrow's new neighborhoods while still protecting existing working and middle-class neighborhoods. These corridors can provide much-needed affordable housing due to the economy of scale. The mayor stated that communities should have skin in the game when addressing our housing needs. This draft still allows individual communities to address their specific needs through the community plan process. Personal animus towards single-family neighborhoods should not determine our housing policy. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Good morning. My name is Jackson Loop. I'd like to speak on items 31, 35, and general public comment, please.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Sure. My name is Jackson Loop. I'm the policy director at the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing today. I'm here in strong support of the ULA guidelines. This represents 2 years of work, and I'm really proud of our coalition and our public sector partners for building out a framework for new levels of affordable housing production that we've never seen before in our city. For the CHIP, SCAMP is imploring City Council to expand these incentives to single-family zones with the deepest affordability levels possible. Without this step, the current proposal will continue segregating affordable and multifamily housing into only 30% of our city. and will incentivize more displacement and demolition of RSO units. We have a chance to truly reckon with the City of LA's history of segregation and racist zoning policy today, and I hope you all embrace that opportunity. If you don't, you will have missed a chance to really create significant change and opportunity for our most impoverished neighbors. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Sure. Name is Estuardo Mazariegos, and I'm here to speak on general comment 30 and 31.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
I don't get the other two.
The other two are not open for public comment. Public comment, the hearing was held at the committee.
No problem. Okay, so big day in Los Angeles for housing. We're getting ULA guidelines passed, 2 years in the making, $475 million to remake the city of Los Angeles. Please vote yes on it. On the CHIP ordinance, we're asking the city council that mixed income incentive program and affordable housing incentive program to apply the single family zone parcels to high opportunity areas. We ask that you adopt option 1 from the city staff report along with the deepest affordability that is feasible. As it stands, excluding single family zone parcels maintains exclusionary zoning that goes back to when Black and brown folks couldn't even eat together with white folks in the city of Los Angeles in some places. So we want to break down that history of marginalization and segregation. Huge day for the city of Los Angeles to move forward and create a new path for our people and to be able to have a new day in Los Angeles. So please vote yes on option 1. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jessica. I'll be speaking on items 31 and 35 and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
So again, my name is Jessica Melendez. I'm with Trust South LA and a member of the United to House LA Coalition. We're calling on you all to support Measure ULA expenditure plan and program guidelines. Please approve and pass these guidelines. It's critical that we create a blueprint for housing solutions in LA, like creating more tenant protections and keeping Angelinos housed, and it would also bring social housing to LA. We're excited to bring in this new year with the possibility of replicating the same successes that we had at the county with the LA County CLT pilot program, now at the city with the acquisition rehab program under ULA, and the possibility of bringing social housing along with my colleagues in ACT LA. We also support item number 35 CHIP, along with the revision to include an option for single-family zone inclusion. We must adopt this change in order to prevent additional displacement and gentrification in our multifamily areas that are already struggling under so much new development and displacement of tenants. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yes, thank you. My name is Andrea Vokos, and I'm here for item number 31 and public comment.
Okay, so item number 31 is not open for public comment, but you can speak to it during general. So you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Andrea Vokos, resident of CD1, and I'm here with United Way of Greater Los Angeles in support of implementing ULA funds as soon as possible. Angelinos across the county recently voted overwhelmingly in favor of Measure A, which shows that people across both LA City and LA County are hungry for change and for meaningful steps towards housing stability and housing justice. So with that, the city must implement ULA funds and programs as fast as possible to prevent homelessness and make housing stability possible for more Angelinos. Let's use the $500 million that ULA has already raised to build affordable social housing, keep tenants housed, protect seniors and people with disabilities from falling into homelessness. I've personally had to worry about my mother's housing insecurity, and so I, on a personal level, know the importance of having options for seniors. Thank you.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Hi, good morning. Joe Donlin with the United House LA Coalition, items 30, 31, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. The United House LA Coalition would like to welcome the new council members that join us today and appreciate everyone's anticipated support for the ULA items. You know, at this time of great divisiveness in our country, these initiatives developed at the community level in partnership with the city is really what our country needs and certainly what our city needs. This is about building thousands more affordable housing units, social housing units, and protecting tenants, reducing homelessness, and creating good union jobs. Already, 11,000 people have been kept out of homelessness thanks to ULA rental assistance. 795 affordable housing units already under construction, the first of which will open up in early 2025, and 10,000 union workers built those units. And so we're here to celebrate today. Thank you for your support.
Candido.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items.
Yes, and we start with number one with that bald-headed criminal in succession, Adrian Nazarian. Yes, you have a lien on number one put by the late Paul Martin Krikoria, known as the Goat Herder. You have a chance to cancel that lien. Are you going to throw people out of their homes? Well, of course, he's a corrupt politician. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Now we have other liens. We have Tracy Park committing the shame of the liens, though she has no shame. We have Padilla doing all of this agenda items. There must be 100 liens here for thousands and thousands of dollars. CD2 has a lien. CD4 has a lien. CD7 has a lien. CD19 has a lien, CD29 has a lien, and CD39 has a lien. Yes, that's right. See that, madam, their clerk? See how we do that? When the city attorney's away, Goat Puppet will play. Yes. So then we have the election. The election of the council president and the second president. Yes. Of course, we know that Django, the current president, is unqualified. He gets up out of his chair, he sweats, and he has too shiny of a bald head. So it's time for a new change. We need somebody strong, ruthless. Goat Puppet nominates Tim McOsker to become the new president of the LA City Council. Hey! Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a... Yes, that's right, Tim. You can walk out of here, Tim. But we will have the sergeant summon you and put that gavel in your goddamn hand to lead us away to hell. And then our second president, we need a real man and second in charge. The biggest balls on the council, Tracy Park. Yes, Tracy Park is an absolute ball crusher. She'd make an excellent president pro tem. Talking right now, for example, to the indicted council member, Curran DeMille Price, facing trial on 10 felony charges in February. Let's give him a hand. Beautiful. Yes. Yes, that's what happens here, people. All of these criminals. And of course, we have Isabel Gerardo and her items. But as you know, she's not Latina. Everybody thought she was. No, she's actually Filipino. So congratulations to all of you Latino people that voted out your own people out of office and dilute your own power in this council chambers. Yes, that's right. You know what we call that? Stupidity. Now we get to the general comment. As you know, today,
General public comment?
on viewers today, Candido will be denied his right to speak, and Armando Herman will be denied his right to speak, because our city attorney's a piece of corrupt shit. And he sits there and collaborates to rig our sign-up system so these fine individuals can't come up here and do the things that they regularly do. And we're calling on you, Madam City Clerk, to investigate this and put a stop to it. See that lady up there? Unfortunately, she has to chair the meeting today. See how well behaved everybody is? Notice she doesn't give any illegal warnings. Notice she doesn't throw anybody out. That's because she knows what prison looks like and doesn't want to go to prison. So I figure Nazarian, maybe 3 years you'll get indicted, give or take. Gerardo, I can see about 1.5 years. So welcome to FBI surveillance, everybody.
Next speaker. Good morning. You have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items.
1. 也许很远，或是昨天，在这里或在对岸，长路辗转，离合悲欢，人聚又人散。放过对错，才知答案。活着的勇敢。没有神的光环，你我生而平凡，在心碎中认清遗憾，生命漫长也短暂，跳动心脏长出藤蔓，愿为险而战，跌入灰暗坠入深渊，沾满泥土的脸，没有神的光环，握紧手中的平凡。Item number 2. 有一天也许会走远，也许还能再相见，无论在人群在天边，让我再看清你的脸，任泪水铺满了双眼，虽无眼泪满面，不要神的光环，只要你的平凡。Item number 3. 山河无恙，烟火寻常，可是你如愿的眺望。孩子们啊，安睡梦乡，像你深爱的那样。而我将梦你所梦的团圆，愿你所愿的永远，走你所走的长路，这样的爱你啊。我也将建你未建的世界，写你未写的诗篇，天边的月，心中的念，你永在我身边。你是遥遥的路，山野道里的灯，我是孩童啊，走在你的眼眸。你是明月清风，我是你照拂的梦，见与不见都一生与你相拥，而我将爱你所爱的人间，愿你所爱的永远，你的手我捧。
General public comment.
I am here to talk about equality health services in the city of LA. So far, at the same time, we are not talking about HIV outbreak in the Figueroa. So we are now talking about the diabetes, obesity outbreak in the Figueroa. So it seems like Figueroa is not part of the city of Los Angeles. It seems like people are having drugs on the street, people are doing prostitution on the street, people are doing $5 services inside of their car are not part of the Los Angeles jurisdiction. So if the Figueroa is no longer the jurisdiction under the city of LA, tell me who is the president in the Figueroa Street? Who controls the $5 services? At the same time, when I'm asking for the $5 services, they charge me $300. So we are no longer care about this discrimination of
Speaker, your
Figueroa
time has
anymore.
expired. Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Yeah, Wendy Miranda, items 40 and general public comment.
Sorry, 4 and 40?
40.
So Item 40 is not open for public
Oh.
comment, but you can speak to it during general. So you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm with Esperanza Community Housing, who is a member of the LA for Resilient and Healthy Homes Coalition, as well as ACT LA. I urge you all to vote yes on item 40, which would finally begin the necessary process of equitably decarbonizing LA's buildings. We need to do this intentionally and holistically so that we don't harm our communities and exacerbate the housing crisis. I also urge you all to revise the CHIP ordinance to include single-family zones and community participation in environmental justice communities. This would allow the city to equitably create deeply affordable homes citywide, protect low-income renters at risk of displacement, and protect the public health of our communities. Lastly, I urge you all to vote yes and move forward with the Measure ULA guidelines and expenditure plan and the RTC ordinance. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to speak on item 38 and general public comment.
Okay, you'll have 1 minute for the item and 1 minute for general public comment.
Thank you. Andrew Salimian speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Conservancy. We're here in support of the citywide ARO. I want to just stress the importance of the ARO. Since 1999, over 12,000 units of housing have been added to downtown LA. Many of these projects throughout the years have received preservation awards from our organization. It's created neighborhoods where people live and work, and it's not the downtown where people just go and then leave at the end of the day. This is probably one of the least impactful forms of construction and one of the most sustainable. So we've heard from our constituents and all over ways of people supporting it and looking for ways to make it work. In many of these cases, these buildings are concrete or steel and can last for hundreds of years. So in terms of general public comment, I'll move on. I think it's really important that the City Council continue to find ways to support this ARO. And the two best ways of doing that is getting our Mills Act program back and using it as a way to finance these projects. And we're also hoping that you'll continue to support the state historic tax credit, which can also be used as leverage. And I also want to just speak briefly about CHIP. I do think we've submitted comments. We support this version of it, but we do think it will lead to displacement in existing multifamily neighborhoods and will also lead to displacement of legacy businesses. I hope we can figure out ways in the community plans to address this. I've heard from some of the neighborhoods who are here today, and it sounds like they're engaged and are looking for ways to address this and relieve the pressure on these multifamily districts moving forward. Thank you.
We are now moving to the phones for public comment.
Hello, Matthew Bungie with Inner City Law Center, speaking on general public comment 29 and 35.
Okay, we have 3 more people, and then we will move to the phones. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Matthew Bungie with Inner City Law Center. We provide free legal services to folks who are homeless and at risk of homelessness throughout.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Which items would you like to speak to? And if you could speak into the microphone, I actually am struggling to hear you.
General public comment 29 and 35.
Okay, so you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Bungie with Inner City Law Center. We provide free legal services to folks who are homeless and at risk of homelessness throughout LA County. You have the opportunity today to vote on a historic effort to allow small, affordable, and mixed-income projects in wealthy single-family zone parcels around transit and major corridors in LA. As recent research from UCLA indicates, the current draft CHIP ordinance will not result in the development of the homes that Angelenos need. We appreciate all the work that this council has done to pass the tenant anti-harassment ordinance, expand rent control, and support policies to keep families in their homes. But unfortunately, refusing to allow new homes in wealthier single-family areas of the city will continue to increase development pressure on existing multifamily areas. This will promote the displacement of rent-control tenants in South LA and the East Side. Please vote to allow more homes in wealthier single-family areas of the city to ensure that every neighborhood builds its fair share of housing and so families can stay in their homes. We'd also like to express support for the Resident Protection Ordinance and the amendments to the Right to Counsel Ordinance today. Thank you very much.
Good morning. If you could please remind us of the name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Marilyn Pineda. Estoy pasando por una situación muy difícil. Tengo un
Un segundo,
desalojo.
señora. My name is Marilyn Pineda. It's a general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Un minuto.
Ok.
Adelante.
Estoy pasando por una situación difícil. En este momento estoy pasando por un desalojo. Ya esta es una tercera demanda y vivo en el distrito 14 y yo quisiera que por favor hablar con la concejal Isabel Jurado, porque estoy bueno,
Hold on just a second. Go ahead, interpreter.
Yes, I am facing a very difficult time right now. I am looking at being unhoused. This is the third time that I have been in this situation. I live in District 14, and I wanted to ask if I could speak to Isabela Jurado.
Okay, go ahead.
Bueno, como dije, esta es mi tercera demanda en la corte y yo quisiera que si me podían ayudar, por favor.
As I said, this is the third time I am in court, and I was asking for help, please.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Can you hold her time? I'm sorry.
Gracias.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Herman, you have been warned twice now and are eligible for removal pursuant to Rule 7 and Rule 12 of the Council rules. Madam Chair, would you like to remove Mr. Herman?
Please remove Mr. Herman.
Okay. Mr. Herman, you have been excused from this meeting. And just so everybody knows who's here, Mr. Herman, I have advised you personally, individually, of ways to avoid getting removed from this meeting, which means keeping your voice down. If you have a concern, then please speak to the officers in a manner that does not disrupt this meeting.
Let the record show Mr. Herman continues to disrupt.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Harriet Elliott. On item 1, I was the victim of
Speaker, which items you want? Item 1 and
one.
which?
I myself was a victim of a lien that was in error. How can you have a lien that is in error? This is what the some official did to me, and to get it removed took 10 years. Yeah. Moving on to general public comment.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
The man named 3-inch Shrimp made a pretty good case earlier that he is being discriminated against, charging $300 for something that outrageous. I'm moving on to mine. You might wonder why I am pursuing all these leads for people who helped me. Incredibly, the ones that was the criterion for those who died around me. I've had teachers who died when they helped me. I'm serious. Someone's off their rocker. Someone in the CIA is a revenge porn person, can't get enough. Anyway, the back of this shirt says, directed energy weapons make smart bombs look like child's play. You know what smart bombs are? When they sat on top of the house and they saw people, bombs go to other people's house. If you think of that as beam weapons.
Thank you. We will now move to the phones. Thank you for public comment.
Moving on to phones. Caller ending in 7255, please unmute yourself.
Caller, please press star 6 to unmute. Yes, we can hear you. Which items would you like to speak to?
1, 2, and general public comment.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Well, let me start with Isabel. Thank you and congratulations. You are representing the Latino community based as a Filipino or
So, Speaker,
Latina.
you're welcome to
We
speak to this
share-
during general, but I'm going to ask that you stick to the items for the first 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, when I spoke, you're doing the same thing. The city of LA is doing the same thing they did in 2009, sending the city inspectors out to look for revenue, to create a surplus for the city of LA. You have a shortfall in your budget, you send them out, cite people, and come back with money. It's no different. This is the reason I ran for office, the experience, and just because I've gone through this. Toluca Lake, you guys are right. You have no representation with District 6 right now. She'll be there during the next election cycle. But again, she's looking for revenue. Like everyone else has been told, look for money for us to keep the city afloat. So 1 and 2 are one and the same. You guys are looking for money from the city, people here that live in the city, citing them and coming back and collecting it. You're going to send all the city entities to do so, parking enforcement included, to create money for the city. Didn't happen no different in 2009 and 2010. But people just need to be aware of it. All I'm doing is pointing it out. I didn't create your past. I'm just showing that you're repeating it. You guys can stop this cycle by just being in front of it. You know Christmas is coming. You know when the mortgage is due. You know when your bills are due. This is no different. I told you in 2022, you guys are going to go through this.
General public
And
comment.
here you are going through it. General public comment. Again, Isabel, thank you. You know I was your supporter. We talked, or one of your staff members spoke with me. I'm Richard Serrano. Again, the Filipino and the Latino community, one and the same. A lot of Catholics, a lot of Christians, a lot of our historic background come from Spain. So you, to stand corrected, you do represent the Latino community, and you're going to represent them well in the district you deserve. Sorry, not trying to correct anyone, but we got better representation now than we've had for the last, what was it, 11 months, a year and a quarter. I'm glad to have some new blood in District 14. God bless LA, and shout out to Smoke and Scan.
Next caller.
Caller ending in 1108.
Yeah, hi. Daniel Gus.substack.com. All items in general public comment.
Good morning. And just as a reminder to everyone, so the items that are open for public comment are items 1 through 22, item 38 as amended, items 41 through 55, items 57 through 72, and the election of the council president. So, Mr. Gus, you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to see whoever is nominated, we know who that's going to be for council president, to address what they're doing to give the benefit of the doubt in the First Amendment to the public, and these onerous items that you gather at the beginning of the meetings rather than as the agenda items are called. If you want to find the one thing that Eric Garcetti got better than Harris Dawson and Herb Wesson and Paul Krikorian, is that when the item is being addressed and being spoken on and being voted on, the public was heard at that time. Well, Mr. Harris Dawson, why don't you take the lead? Why don't you take the lead, since you're going to be council president, and assure that when the item is heard, the public is heard. Otherwise, you're just giving the middle finger in the tradition of Herb Wesson and Paul Krikorian. Next item, DanielGus.substack.com. Item number 64, the plate reader. Can you please address the typo? Is that $11,400 or is it a typo of $114,000? It is a big deal. But what I would really like to hear about item number 64 is what are you doing to ensure that the information is not used or misused? Undoubtedly, these are the types of things that can stop terrorists, or like the assassin in New York City the other day. These are the types of things that help. But how can you assure the public that the information from these license plate readers are not going to violate the privacy rights of people who aren't involved in some sort of criminal activity? Daniel Gust at Substack.com, item number 70, park and rec grants. You know, you wouldn't need rec and park grants if you stopped, quote unquote, reallocating, which is another nice way to say stealing, park budget funds. In the past 14 years, Paul Krikorian literally stole $1 billion from rec and parks. So if you didn't steal that money, why would you need rec and park grants? Item number 72, ethics. Well, it says it's already 3-to-1 male to female, and now I think you're appointing another male. That's an imbalance. Can you please, since you guys feast on identity politics, can you please address what you mean by male in the balance and what you mean by female? Ketanji Brown Jackson couldn't do that on the Supreme Court. And why do you have apparently a 4-to-1 imbalance on ethics? What are you saying about women if you have to have a
General public comment?
Maybe you should redefine male and female for us. Council members, you have a very big problem going on with the LAPD blocking access to public information and blocking access to public records. And I'm going to start soliciting tips from the public if the LAPD doesn't get its act together, because the city can sit in court for a few years if it wants to about these public records violations, because the LAPD is withholding information regarding public safety. It is, violating information that the public needs to know. And I just want to know what the hell is going on. If you want me to take it to the next level, I will. I don't want to. DanielGust.substack.com. It's free. I welcome tips as long as I know who you are and if these things are verifiable. DanielGust.substack.com.
Next caller.
Caller ending in 1339. Unmute yourself.
My name is Tracy Thoreau-Conyers, providing general comment on agenda item number 35.
Okay,
I
so you have 1
represent a
minute
block
for the item. Go ahead.
I represent a block of over 1,000 homeowners in Westchester Playa. We are also supporting members of United Neighbors. I had another statement prepared this morning, but instead want to pivot and state that everything Tess Taylor said at the top of this comment session is spot on. A last-minute amendment that contradicts every single step of the hearing process should not be tolerated on the fly for purely political reasons. The planning department has repeatedly admitted we don't need R1 at this point in time to meet our construction or fairness goals. Don't throw single-family homeowners under the bus to appease developer and political interests. Single-family owners will wake up and they will vote. We are already doing our part with ADUs and SB 9. The only winners with R1 and CHIP are the developers. You know this. Please exclude R1 from CHIP. Thank you.
Next caller.
Caller ending in 9519. Unmute yourself.
Caller, this is your last opportunity.
Yes, my name is Candido Barris, and I'm a Smoking Scum beer.
So, caller, you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items.
Thank you there, Pumpkinhead. And shout out to the smoke can community. So the other day I was on pick her over this chick, and I paid her $5. Let me rush her back door and shoot up the club.
We go through this at every single meeting. This is not on the agenda, so I'm going to ask you politely one more time. Please stick to the agenda items, or I'm going to move you to general public comment.
Well, I can't speak about my item. You let that nigger hating Candido
All right,
Maris
so
come over
welcome
and
to
say all
general
kind of
public
things
comment.
there,
You
but I
have
can't
1
say the
minute,
things there.
and during your 1 minute general public comment, you still need to connect this to something within the subject
Uh-huh.
matter jurisdiction of the city.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, I can do that. I'll keep it watertight like a frog's ass. That cool there, Pumpkinhead? All right, shout out to the smoke can community there. And, 3-inch shrimp, his little issues having down there on Figueroa with the chicks. Figueroa has always been $5 a head. You got a head, you get in free. If they charge you more than $5 for
So, Speaker, this is your
for a drive
opportunity
up
to
and
address the city
Yes.
council,
Yes,
not
sir.
to address the other speakers in the room.
Uh-huh.
So, again,
So I
this is
can't
your
act
final
3-inch
warning.
shrimp?
Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, as I was saying though, if you're paying more than $5 a head, there's a problem there. Because just move on to the next box because they will take advantage of you. Because hoes got to eat too. So when you're down there, getting your little baby batter spreading it
Okay,
around there.
so you've been
take
asked
$5
politely
with you, and that's
multiple
it. You'll be
times to
good go
stay
there.
on topic. You've refused to do so, so your time is forfeit.
We have now taken public comment. I'm now closing the phone lines and closing public comment on all items. Mr. Clerk, what's next?
The election of the council president.
It has been the tradition of the City Council to conduct the election of council president by voice vote conducted in alphabetical order, and we are prepared to proceed in that fashion. As the council clerk calls your name, please state the name of the council member you are voting for to be president of the City Council effective today, December 10th, 2024.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Marquise Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Harris Dawson.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Hutt.
I enthusiastically vote for Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Gerardo.
Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Lee.
Marquise Harris Dawson.
Councilmember McOsker.
Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Nazarian.
Marquise Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Padilla.
Mr. Marquise Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Price.
Council President, Marquise Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Rahman.
Marquise Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Soto Martinez.
The gentleman from the 8th District, Marquise Harris Dawson.
Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Marquise Harris Dawson.
With a unanimous vote, Councilmember Harris Dawson has been elected to serve as the council president.
Congratulations, Council President Marquise Harris Dawson. I now yield the chair and the microphone to you for my final time.
Thank you so much, everyone. And in my first vote to the clerk, it has been the tradition of this council to elect the council president pro tem by a vote, pro tempore, by a voice vote conducted in alphabetical order. We are prepared to proceed in that fashion, and I nominate Council President and the honorable member from the 3rd District, Bob Blumenfield, for Council President pro tem.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Harris Dawson. Council President Harris Dawson.
Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Councilmember Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Hutt.
Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Gerardo.
Blumenfield.
Councilmember Lee.
Councilmember Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember McOsker.
Blumenfield.
Councilmember Nazarian.
Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Padilla.
Mr. Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Price.
Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Rahman.
Councilmember Robert Blumenfield.
Councilmember Soto Martinez.
The gentleman from the Valley, Bob Blumenfield.
Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Bob Blumenfield.
With a unanimous vote, Councilmember Bob Blumenfield has been elected to serve as the council president pro tempore.
Members, now I'll ask our clerk to come back to the podium to help us bring in and formally seat two new members of the City Council, as well as formally swear in public all the members that were elected from even-numbered districts in the City of Los Angeles.
I'm deferring to the photographers is what I'm deferring to. And what they'd like to do is get the public behind you, and that's what we're trying to do. So.
I work with it every day.
Where do you need me? Out of it, or where? Okay. First of all, congratulations to all of you. This is my final time doing this, and so it is my true honor. So will you please raise your prominent hand and repeat after me? I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California and the Charter of the City of Los Angeles, and that I will faithfully discharge the duty of council member of your district of the City of Los Angeles according to the best of my ability. Thank you, and good luck to you all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Mr. President, there is a request to continue items 7 and 10 to February 4th, 2025.
All right, without objection, that'll be the order. What's next?
Mr. President, the council may now vote on items 1 through 3, 5 and 6, 8 and 9, 11 through 14, 16 through 22, 42 through 55, 57 through 63, 66, 69 through 71.
All right, those items are now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now take up item 4 as amended.
All right, item 4 is now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
Thirteen ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now take up item 15 as amended.
All right, item 15 is now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Item 27 was called special by Councilmember McOsker.
Councilmember McOsker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 27 is the Phillips 66 remediation and just transition plan. We heard from community members today who are understandably very concerned about this. In the city of Los Angeles, it's 425 acres of a refinery with 600 workers, a lot of contract workers. And this is our moment. This is our opportunity to show that we're committed to just transitions. Transitions will happen. They will happen again in the future. We need to make sure that these great union jobs are considered and provided for the future. We have EWDD, and the County of Los Angeles has also introduced its own motion. We need to make sure that city, county, and state are working together to ensure that these workers who will be, on this job site for another year or more are assisted in upskilling and reskilling, and that we give folks opportunities to stay in the industry if they're going to stay in the industry, to move to a new industry. But we need to really think about these families. That's the first and highest priority, are these great jobs and these families who depend upon that work. Secondly, again, it's 425 acres in the city of Los Angeles. We need to make sure this remediation plan is solid and in place, and we'll be working to make sure that the work that comes out of the remediation are also good jobs. And we've heard from community members today that in the reuse plan for this property, we need to also consider that good, skilled workforce needs to do that work. All of these things will be addressed in the report back, and so I will urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other comments on the queue, let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Sorry, 13 ayes.
Even better. What's next?
Council may now take up items 29, 30, and 68, and Councilmember Price will be recusing.
All right. Mr. Price is recusing from items number 29, 30, and 68. Mr. Price has left the floor, so let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, what's next?
And Mr. Council President, the council should also take up item 31 with Councilmember Price also recusing and amendment introduced by Councilmember Blumenfield.
All right. Do you have comments on this, Mr. Blumenfield? Doesn't look like it. All right, let's open the roll on item number 31. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
I have pressing the button here, 31.
12 ayes.
Oh.
I'm
sorry.
I'm assuming it's as amended because I offered the amendment?
Yes.
So, all right.
No comments, though?
Well, I can make the comments anyway.
Yes, please.
All right. Obviously, ULA is great. We're all excited about that and what that's going to do with homelessness. I wanted to mention that I had a very minor amendment to this, to my amendment, that to help nonprofits that do great work building affordable housing for seniors. The amendment specifically is asking for a report back to look at the exemption clause in ULA so that we can adhere to the spirit and intention of ULA to provide nonprofits who are building affordable housing the leverage ULA dollars so they can build for seniors. Basically, there are a number of nonprofits. I have 2 in my district that do really good work, but they weren't the intended target of the mansion tax, but they are in the process of selling some property. But as long as they use those proceeds to do the mission of ULA, to do affordable housing, I'm trying to find a way that we can help those organizations out that are doing that housing. And this is a report to help us find that pathway, to help those nonprofits that are doing this important work, but are unfortunately, the way it's drafted, are getting caught up in the ULA net. So
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Blumenfield. All right, what's next on the agenda?
The council may now take up item 35. 35 has 3 amendments, and I believe we should vote on them separately just to limit any confusion.
All right, do we have our Director of Planning? I thought I saw him. Mr. Brotoni, if you could give us a quick overview of what is before us at this time.
Thank you, Council President Dawson, members of City Council. Today, what you have before you, the City Council, are critical code amendments associated with the Los Angeles Housing Element Rezoning Program that really has the potential to shape the future of housing in Los Angeles. 3 years ago, Plum and the City Council approved the 2129 housing element, really the boldest policy document on housing in Los Angeles' history. Today, you're seeing those items contained in that document brought to fruition after 2 years of thoughtful engagement. The Citywide Housing Incentive Program ordinance will be a game changer for both the city and the state. It will provide a foundation for ensuring development is possible and affordable units are actualized. The CHIP is the first of its kind in the state to meaningfully change patterns of development across the city, and its broad-based implementation program will fulfill the vision of the housing element and our state obligations. We have been diligently working with the California Department of Housing and Community Development and communicating with them to ensure that the city successfully meets the February 12th, 2025 effectuation deadline. On November 18th, we received a letter from the California Department of Housing and Community Development confirming that the program as presented is compliant, will meet our city's rezoning obligation, and aligns with rezoning strategies we committed to within the housing element. And we believe that what you have before you really effectuates that. And so I'd like to thank the many organizations and community groups that participated in the process to develop these ordinances, the staff who worked diligently to bring them before this body, and the State Department of Housing and Community Development for collaborating to bring this transformative housing package to you today. We also have staff with our department here available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll begin with Councilmember Padilla.
I do have a simple question. I don't know how complex this might turn out to be. We are going to be asked to vote today on, to me, what come off to be competing amending motions. So I was hoping that for the record, you can tell us about the differences between the options that were presented to us, so that as we vote on these amending motions, we know the difference between option 1 through option 6. If you could just kind of give us a general description of what each one would do.
Absolutely. So I'd like to turn that over to Blair Smith, Senior City Planner, who can walk you through the options.
Blair Smith, testing. Please speak slowly, and maybe we cut the acronyms and the language so that everybody can really know what we're talking about.
Blair Smith, Senior City Planner. I believe the motion before you today only speaks to 2 of the 6 options proposed in the City Planning Commission report. Those options are option 2 and option 6. Option 2 would amend the mixed income incentive program to allow single-family properties to be eligible if on opportunity corridors near transit. The development potential would be between up to 16 units in our most transit-rich locations, scaling down to 10 units and over to 6 on our or lower transit headways, places where buses frequent about every 30 minutes. Behind the corridor, there would also be incentives in single-family zones for missing middle housing, permitting between 10 and 6 units as you extend farther into a residential neighborhood. One minor clarification for option 2 is it wouldn't apply in agricultural zones. As presented, it would just be in single-family R zones. Option 6, the amendment proposed would amend the Affordable Housing Incentive Program. These are 80 to 100% affordable housing incentives, and it would allow single-family properties to be eligible for those incentives. In the program itself, the incentives offered are generally lower than that you would see in a commercial zone, so you would receive unlimited density up to 2.5 FAR, think 3 to 4 stories, with the ability to access our public benefits program. So if you provided family-sized units, you could get some additional building volume.
That's option 6.
That's option 6.
Correct. So just to clarify or to reiterate, option 6 is basically there's transit, build the density, right? And option 2 is we have something called opportunity zones, and then within the opportunity zones, the range or the amount increases as you're closer to the main road versus the closer you are to the actual single-family dwelling neighborhood, correct?
Yes, so option 2 and option 6 both are near transit. Option 2 has lower affordability requirements than option 6, so that's a big distinction. Option 2 is for mixed income housing developments, where you would be setting aside, if you're looking at a 16-unit building, up to 3 units would be set aside, versus in option 6, it would be 80 to 100% affordable. And all of these options are within higher opportunity areas, as defined by the state TCAC authority, which are areas where you see higher quality of life outcomes in the city. Option 6 also does include moderate opportunity areas, so it's a little bit more expansive than option 2.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rahman.
Well, I didn't have a lot of questions for planning, but I do have some remarks that I'd like to make on my amendment, but I'm not sure whether this is the appropriate time. Okay, great. So colleagues, I just wanted to give you a little overview of what we're taking up today. I made some of these same comments at the Plum Committee hearing, so apologies for those of you who have to hear them twice. I'm excited because as an urban planner who has read extensively about the history of land use decision-making on our current homelessness and housing crisis here in LA, and as the chair of the committee that deals with the impacts of these rules, I'm very excited to be able to do some work on undoing some of the bad land use planning that we've done here in LA. And the impacts of these rules, these land use rules that have really shaped LA and what it looks like today are very, very real. We are now spending, in this committee on the issues that we deal with, hundreds of millions of dollars every year, both to stabilize tenants who are facing intense development pressures, tens of thousands of whom are receiving eviction notices here in this city every year, and all of you get frantic calls from tenants in your districts who are dealing with these issues, as well as trying to provide basic shelter and housing for the largest unsheltered homeless population in the entire country. And both of these are a direct result of the lack of housing here in Los Angeles, which come from a really messed up land use policy here in LA. I also want to say that this is a man-made crisis in many, many ways. We have a highly segregated city, and we have a housing shortage that has further segregated this city. And 3 historical patterns led to the situation that we're facing today. We had racial covenants that actually actively restricted Black, Jewish, Asian, Angelenos, Latinos to particular neighborhoods. We had a federal mortgage policy that was built right on top of that accentuated those patterns and made sure that diverse neighborhoods actually never got invested in by the city or by the federal government. And we had active rezoning that prevented the construction of multifamily housing in many neighborhoods, enacted upon the city by local officials who were very, very eager to kind of keep neighborhoods intact that were coming into place in the past few decades. The state of California has recognized that our housing shortage has deeply impacted our state's vitality. It's also recognized that it's impacted our city's vitality. And they have asked us to add another 456,000 units to meet our housing demand. That's almost 500,000 units. That's how many units we have to build over the next few years in order to meet the existing demand here in LA. And almost 200,000 of them are supposed to be affordable. And I know planning has said that this particular plan that was approved by the CPC and approved by the Plum Committee is enough to meet those goals. And I think on paper it may be, but I just want to say that in reality, I don't think it's going to help us meet those goals. We are basically planning ourselves into a continuation of our existing housing crisis. And you can even look at the numbers that we've built so far. We are halfway through this planning cycle called a RHNA cycle, and we've built only 15% of our existing units. So we are far short of that ambitious goal that's been set by this planning process. And research, independent research and city commission research, actually, both research, has found that what we are voting on today will not move us far enough towards building the units that we need and will not move us far enough towards undoing the historical patterns of segregation that have been in the city. So what we're saying, if we approve this plan, and I think, that was what the Plum Committee wanted to do, what we are saying is, yes, let us continue in a housing crisis for another decade. Let us wait. Let's punt this discussion and let's continue to spend these dollars. Let's not address these issues. I also want to say this is a city of majority renters, and so I want to just be explicit about what this policy in front of us is doing. The plan that we have right now concentrates all new development, all new housing construction expansion, which is we're supposed to zone for all these new units. So we're adding capacity. And what we've done in this plan to get us to that goal is to add new housing capacity where existing multifamily construction already exists, which means that if we're wildly successful and a lot of this new housing actually does get built, much of it will be built by knocking down existing housing, displacing existing tenants. Even if these buildings are not our deed-restricted affordable housing units, I also do want to say this is our naturally occurring housing stock. This is our rent-stabilized housing stock. This is the old housing stock in the city that we should be working every day to protect. And instead, what this plan is doing right now is putting a target on their backs. And I have multiple buildings in my district right now that are under redevelopment because of precisely this issue, that the only place where we have extra capacity is where existing multifamily already exists. And I would argue that that approving this version of the plan exactly as it is one of the most anti-tenant things that we as a council can do. And I just want to be very, very clear about that. I want to encourage today the council to look at the options presented by the planning department. As we discussed right now, the department has talked to us about options 2 and 6, which is what my amendment suggests. These are options for gentle density. They do not impact most neighborhoods in this city. They only impact some which are in higher opportunity areas, and they're not putting high rises in those buildings. They're just offering a little more capacity to build units that could be more fiscally possible to be built. So that means mid-scale housing, units that don't require steel frame construction, that don't require significant engineering interventions. This is expanding the universe of the housing that is possible to be built in Los Angeles. Again, what I would argue is our biggest crisis, the most important thing that we need to be doing right now. I also really do want to say that I am a proud representative of LA. I feel very, very privileged to be representing this city. And in a federal climate where people are now being endangered for being gay, for being immigrants, building more housing in LA is welcoming them into the city. We talk a lot about being a welcoming city here. Without more housing, we are an unwelcoming city. That is what it feels like right now. And so I want to do everything in my power to future-proof LA and to make it a place where we are truly living up to our ideals as a city. So that is why I've proposed this. This is Amendment 35C, which is ahead of you, before you today. And I encourage all of you to vote yes on this amendment and move us realistically towards a more inclusive version of this city, one that doesn't disturb existing neighborhoods very much, but that really does open up the possibility for up to 115,000 more units of possible housing. So I hope that I have your support for that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Council President. These are important measures in the CHIP that we're going to be talking about today, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Transit-oriented investment areas have been oriented to provide more generous incentives in high-opportunity areas and stimulate the development of affordable housing in these communities. It buffers for developments around active oil well sites that have been increased, better protecting residents from significant health impacts associated with these sites. Shared equity projects for incentives have been added, allowing for alternative ownership mechanisms that promote community ownership and development of property. That said, like Councilmember Rahman has said, we are at a historic crossroad, and we have the opportunity to undo generations of harm caused by misguided and racist zoning decisions of the past. Single-family zoning currently constitutes 72% of the city's residential area and often goes by another name, exclusionary zoning. It has historically been used as a tool for exclusion and segregation, only being afforded to higher income residents. On its own website, city planning states, as a result of a significant portion of zoned land in higher resource areas remaining restricted to single-family uses, development of affordable housing remains concentrated in lower resource areas, where multifamily development is permitted by today's existing zoning regulations. This has created clear disparities in housing access throughout the city. Reports generated by the city itself, that's us, and from countless studies show again and again that these disparities come at the very real cost of quality of life, health outcomes, and even life expectancy. The council adopted the 2021-2029 housing element and found that 95% of racially concentrated areas of affluence in the city are zoned for single-family uses, and that these areas have some of the highest performing schools, greatest access to employment, and greatest access to environmental health. Let's compare that to the health, education, and employment outcomes of our residents living in what the state describes as low opportunity areas. Data from EJ Screen, the EPA's environmental justice screening and mapping tool, shows that for Westlake residents, as of the 2020 census, the area continues to be impacted by unaffordable housing costs, overcrowding, poverty, low life expectancy, and lack of access to social safety nets like healthcare and education. And although that's in 2020, it's still the same today. Unless we include those single-family, higher resource areas in this ordinance, we are simply repeating the same historical segregationist patterns of our predecessors. By allowing owners to build just a few more units on large single-family parcels on corridors near transit, including long-term affordable rental and home ownership units, we can take pressure off of existing apartment buildings that are both naturally affordable or coveted as affordable in more vulnerable and less resourced communities. We literally can tell people's life expectancy by their zip code. That's the city that we have built today. And when you look at those zip codes, when you tie it to people's life expectancy, you can see that people in my district, in some of them, in one of the densest neighborhoods in the entire west coast of MacArthur Park, that those life expectancies, the quality of life, everything is below what some of these higher income, more affluent areas look like. UCLA's Lewis Center audited the CHIP program, and I just want to repeat what Councilmember Rahman has said, and found that realistically, we'd only generate about 30% of our regional housing needs assessment, our RHNA goals. And if we're serious about solving our housing crisis, we need to expand CHIP. I call upon the council to adopt Councilmember Rahman's amendment, allow for the modest inclusion of single-family zoned areas, and we can see what some of these projects already look like in Highland Park, where we have multiple housing units on one parcel. And they're cute, they're little homes. It's not these huge towers that are blocking the sun, but it's more density with intention, creating more opportunities for housing. We need to get with the program and do whatever we can to build in some of these high resource areas where they do have regular seed cleaning, where they get their trees trimmed on the regular, and where there's access to good schools. So again, colleagues, I ask you to support Council Rahman's amendment. Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you. I certainly agree with my colleagues when we talk about the need for more housing, and I certainly agree with my colleagues that we need to undo the sins of past planning for years and decades. But I disagree on the proposed amendments. And I think that the CHIP is a major step forward that we should be heralding today and we should be very proud of moving forward. So congratulations to DCP for all the hard work getting this to the finish line. As you have stated, it will allow us to meet the state's housing element and ensure Los Angeles does its part to tackle this housing crisis. Is it everything? No, but is it a major step forward? Yes. Look, I understand the desire to further expand CHIP right now, but we're under the real threat of penalties from the state if we don't get CHIP adopted as soon as possible. I'd like us to keep the conversation going about this idea of gently increasing density in single-family neighborhoods where it makes sense. But that is a complicated question, and I worry about the solutions that are proposed as being a little bit too one-size-fits-all. And by the way, I agree that allowing low density in multifamily developments in single-family neighborhoods does not necessarily decrease property value, nor does it drastically change the character of our neighborhoods. So I want to put that out there in terms of that notion. I agree that that is not the notion here. But we can craft an incentive program to allow low-density multifamily developments like small lot subdivisions, which could blend seamlessly into our single-family neighborhoods. The devil is in the details, and multifamily development does not fit into all single-family neighborhoods. Frankly, in most of the city, there's no more such thing as a single-family neighborhood. Through SB 9, duplexes are allowed on single-family lots. Lot splits with 2 units on each are also allowed. ADUs, junior ADUs. This idea that the single-family housing of the past still exists is just not there. And I also want to be clear, and this is coming from someone, I have been very supportive of all types of housing in my district. Affordable, market rate, lot splits, low and high density developments, and as a result, by the way, my district has seen the most growth of any district in this city. The most growth. And which is why when we did redistricting, my district geographically was the one that shrunk the most. How did we do that? We did it, frankly, through something we called the Warner Center Specific Plan. It has enabled thousands of units to be built. It concentrated large, high-density development, which also allowed to keep low-density areas adjacent. So this can, and it does work. We got community buy-in. May sound crazy, but when we put forth the Warner Center Community Plan, or the Specific Plan, there was no opposition. We managed to address all of that, which may seem unthinkable today. And the certainty of such a plan breeds investment. It's so attractive that we have had hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, including most recently in high profile, the LA Rams, moving their training facility to the Warner Center because of the Warner Center Specific Plan. We also have ED1 100% projects in the Warner Center. And the Warner Center has also allowed us to avoid building in our hillsides, which are prone to fires and environmentally and biologically sensitive. So consequently, I rise in support of the planning department, the hard work that you've done, the hard work that the Planning Commission has done, and I would urge that we vote to approve it as you have brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. And I just want to say to all my colleagues here, I love the discussion that we're having about this very sensitive, often polarizing issue. But I do want to, and I want to thank everyone for the work that they've done on this. And it's been many years. Some of it was before many of us were still here. And for everyone who worked on this. Now, regarding the issue of single-family housing and R1, I do want to read a little bit of what I wrote in my letter when this issue was first presented. And it's, and I'll quote, "It is no accident that single-family housing is concentrated in high-wealth areas that also tend to be more segregated. This is the result of generations of deliberate government policies that we can no longer afford to ignore. Today, it is our responsibility to address these historical inequities, and that includes rethinking single-family housing areas. I recognize this will be a complex and challenging process for all of us, And my hope is that we approach it thoughtfully, emphatically, and deliberately. And, I agree with many of the comments that were made by Councilmember Rahman and Councilmember Hernandez that we absolutely need to look at single-family areas. And it's work that we should have done many, many, many years ago. But another thing that I deeply believe as an organizer is that you bring people along and that people shouldn't feel that that decision is being from the top down. The decisions should always be made bottom up. And unfortunately, as I've toured my neighborhoods, especially around single-family housing and R1s, I don't believe my constituents have been part of a thoughtful, deliberative process. And as an organizer and elected official, that is not the way I have chosen to govern. I have made many decisions in my district that could be viewed as controversial, and I don't need to list them all, but every single time, one of the things that I continue to always emphasize is how many people have we talked to? How was the outreach? Are we engaging in community meetings? Do people feel like they have been heard? And unfortunately, in this moment, I can say that a lot of the answers to that is that they haven't. And I know that I have many constituents in those areas that want to do many of the things that we're talking about today. It's just about where we do it and how we do it. So, I lament that we're at this point. Oftentimes, the process does not allow for the kind of engagement that I would like to see. It's certainly not here based on my experience with my constituents. So it hurts me to say, but I will be registering a no vote on Amendment 35C. But no matter what happens today here, I think the work needs to continue with the residents that have single-family homes. And I do agree the change is necessary. And I think we'll have another opportunity to change this through the community plans and other things that happen. And I certainly will be there throwing down to make sure that that happens wherever it overlays in my district. But again, I welcome the discussion, and I hope to see this very same discussion happen at the grassroots level with my constituents so they can feel that they were part of the process as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Planning Department for this extensive work. It's challenging in a place like Los Angeles where we have so many unique areas of topography, as we're watching in Malibu right now with these wildfires that I know are bridging Councilmember Park's area. These are real threats that we're experiencing, and it's been a year-round, it's no longer a high fire season turn of events. But what I think you've done is you've struck the right balance, which has been critically important to giving an indication of where these opportunities exist and where it's just not going to work, so that we don't belabor what will inevitably fail because of the fear of high fire areas and whatnot. And because when we're talking about increases in density, and obviously you've done all of this work to ensure that we are in compliance with HCD and have already gotten the initial nod from them that we're on the right track. Congratulations, because those messages don't often come. So to suggest that additional efforts would only ensure compliance, I think is a false narrative. I think you all have created a pathway for us as a city to do this responsibly in a way that respects and understands the very unique challenges that we have across the city. Because if we were to just enact one-size-fits-all policies, we'd leave it to Sacramento. But this is our job, and this is our responsibility to take into account the nuance of every single one of our neighborhoods and how they would be impacted. I also want to talk a little bit about and make mention of the fact, because I think you guys have done a real surgical approach to understanding what the unique dynamics are across the city. But to suggest that adopting this without amendment would be equivalent to an anti-tenant environment, I think is a false narrative, particularly because the biggest problem that we have right now, and I think CHIP will aid us in getting there, is the reason why our housing starts are low. And the Housing Department had already said this in a previous report. Because of the environment we've created that gives people uncertainty about what their investment will ultimately be in the city of Los Angeles. That is what seized the investments in new housing starts. And so, when everyone's saying, well, listen, there's no, the timing, the wait times are down. Yeah, the wait times are down because no one's building in Los Angeles. No one is investing in the construction of Los Angeles. This, for the first time, is giving people a clear indication and pathway in a responsible manner of how to get there. And I think, again, kudos to all of you for doing that work because it was a surgical approach. It's not easy by any means to do that, but I was frankly very impressed with the amount of diligence and effort put behind this to also recognize and reflect that when we talk about increasing the density in Los Angeles, and I have a nexus study proposal that I've also introduced, because what we're not talking about is the increased demand on public safety resources, the increased demand for additional fire stations and firefighters and police officers. We're continuing to avoid that part of the conversation. And I'll tell you, some of these corridors are the very same corridors that we're competing with to establish those locations. I know I had to do, I'm still in the process of fighting for the new fire station in Sylmar. So I want to thank you, but I also want to say very clearly, I think it's a false, it's conflating that this would be anti-tenant for not making any additional amendments, I think it's a terribly false narrative, particularly when we have done the hard work of creating all of the tenant protections that have recently been adopted. But this does the responsible path forward. And as someone who has obviously had a great deal in my district, I know Ms. Padilla's, many of our districts have been the areas where the highest concentrations of affordable housing has been constructed. We've rolled out the red carpet and we continue to. But there's a responsible way to go forward as a city. And what I feel that you all have done has been really admirable, and I really appreciate the fact that you've taken all of those pieces into consideration. And so I appreciate the amendments that have been put forward, but I'm comfortable and really give my gratitude to you and the team for doing an outstanding job in bringing this forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Padilla.
So members, based on what's in front of us, I also want to give kudos to the planning department. I know that this was a long time, many years of work, many demands. I know that I do feel like the outreach was done over the years. I have a resource fair, I have a community cleanup. It's one of the departments that always comes, it's engaging, you guys have the wheel, you have the poster boards, consistently asking folks what they want the future of Los Angeles to be. So I know that for what is for us to vote on today, I will be voting yes. However, I do want to put it onto the record that I am not comfortable with some of the amending motions for the following reasons. I will not be supporting 35A because I believe that option 2 forces, I believe that option 2 is an option that makes everyone in the city build more housing, whereas I'm also not supporting 35C, which and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with option 2 forcing everyone to get to work. But in option 6, which is also mentioned in 35C, I cannot support option 6 because it pushes more density into my community, a community that has already been building the density, and it's just gonna push it to do more, and not necessarily in the middle income regions where there's opportunity zones. So members, what I think should happen, what I recommend, or the way that I'm going to vote is that we support item 35, and that we vote no on 35A and 35C. And for those who are really passionate about one of these options, that you come back and then elaborate on why this would be better for the city. But I think that for today, we need to pass item number 35, but really do more digging into proposing what the options would do. Because right now, what I think is happening is that some of us are saying, this is bad for my neighborhood, but my region wants this, my region wants that. I think we need to wait on that. So I propose that we pass item 35 and that we vote no on 35A and 35C. Because I know for me, neither one of them makes sense for my region.
Councilmember Rahman.
That's what needs more outreach.
I do just want to say, having followed this process for many, many years, I do want to say significant outreach has been done on this housing element. Both the original version that was submitted to the state, that got us to this place. The planning department has had many, many public hearings, and many of the same commenters who are here today have taken a lot of time. Hundreds and hundreds of public comments have been made through this whole process in order for us to get here, and many of the commenters today expressed support for expanding what's in CHIP. Many of the commenters in the past have expressed support for expanding what's in CHIP. If we have not had that conversation of expanding what's in CHIP, that is because people around this body have not been willing to have that conversation. It has not been the people of Los Angeles who have said no to expanding this. And having witnessed, listened into, attended many of these meetings, I think it is a disservice to the organizing work of many, many groups across the city, including many of our renters' rights advocates who showed up not just to fight for tenant protections, but to say build more and build more across in every neighborhood of the city so that we can afford to live there, which I think is a right that everyone should have here in LA. We should be able to have a city that welcomes people across the entire city. So I want to be very clear about that. Just because it hasn't come to your attention does not mean that that organizing work has not happened. I would ask, who have you spoken to? Have you actually gone out to the communities that this is going to impact and ask them about the impacts of this? Because I think we've heard from many, many voices today that this is going to have negative impacts on existing multifamily. Stuff that makes me very uncomfortable. And I know we need to get to our planning goals, we need to get to our state guidelines, but we're already seeing the impacts of this across our entire city. I also want to just say, if you look, for example, at ED1, which is a planning tool similar to what we're going to be putting into CHIP. It's a parallel tool. You can see the varied impacts of ED1 across the entire city. Districts like Council District 8, Council District 13, Council District 14 have had the majority of ED1 permits, the new entitlements that have come in. There have been council districts here that have less than 1% of the total permits under ED1 because they are planned to exclude any kind of new construction because multifamily housing is not really allowed there. This plan right now that we're passing continues that trajectory. And I'm certainly open to having the conversation. I've been having that conversation for many, many years now, looking forward to having more of it. But I think that I would really push back against the idea that we haven't been having that conversation. It's a true disservice to the hundreds of hours put in by organizers and residents who have shown up to meeting after meeting to make their voices heard, to talk about a more inclusive vision for LA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hernandez.
Council President. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman Rahman. I also want to dig a little more into those details because when is enough? When is enough outreach, But there's been over 3 years of outreach on this work. The housing element has done robust outreach and has analyzed the impact on the entire city. Literally, R1 was a part of that analysis. This has been going on for years, hundreds of hours of work. When is the right time to make this change? Are we going to keep kicking the curb down when the Super Bowl gets here, when the World Cup gets here, when the Olympics get here? What, in 5, 10, 20 years when we get the next community plans? Because we all know those community plans don't happen overnight because we're still waiting on some of them. So I just want us to be very clear-eyed. And this outreach has been done throughout all of your districts. The expansion is supported by neighborhood councils all across the city and including in your districts. And these organizers have been trying to reach you to ask you to include these incentives in this work that we're moving forward. So again, colleagues, I ask that we support Councilmember Rahman's amendments, that we move forward to take the steps we need to take, make the decisions that we need to make to get out of this housing crisis, because time is ticking, and we're not getting any closer to addressing this issue by not moving forward with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hernandez, and thank you, members of the Plum Committee who led out this process to get us to this point. This is a document that we have to get to the state by a date certain. I would just, my first question to you, to the Planning Department is, can you give us a sense of the calendar that is before us to comply with the requirement from the state? What we need to do, how many votes we need, how many times this will come back before us before it's done?
Right. Thank you very much, Council President Harris Dawson, Vince Bertoni, Director of Planning. The date that's the important date is February 12th of 2025, and that's when this has to be effectuated. And the goal under state law is that the ordinance is adopted and in effect, and someone can come in and pull building permits that day to build a housing project based upon these rules. Backing up from that date to get there, we'd be looking at this week before you, by the end of this week, to direct this into formal legality, with our expectation that we would have something delivered to you around December 30th for you to adopt the week of starting on January 6th. And that would allow us to put that in place so that you could have the ordinance in effect by that time. There's actually other steps that are involved that are more nuanced. And if you want to know those steps, I can have Blair Smith from our department describe those to you. A few things to keep in mind when it comes into formal to this. To direct into formal legality is 8 votes. When any change is made to an ordinance recommended by the City Planning Commission, I believe this isn't the only change recommended, but any change. It could be something not related to anything, excuse me, not City Planning, Plum's actions. But anything that's different than what the City Council did, excuse me, the City Planning Commission did, that's above it, it goes from 8 votes to 10 votes. Okay, so if it would be a disapproval on behalf of the City Planning Commission that raises the vote threshold from 8 to 10. So although you would direct into formal legality, then once you're out of formal legality, it's 10 votes.
Blair Smith, Senior City Planner, yes. After formal legality, it is 10 votes, and then due to the limited timeline of this ordinance, 12 votes would be required for an urgency clause or for waiver of a second reading, is our understanding.
Anything else on calendar? Anything else?
Blair Smith, Senior City Planner. It would also need to go to Plum or potentially be waived out of Plum.
Okay. Thank you for that picture. So we've been through a lot, but there's still a good amount of the things that we have before us are not incidental and take some time. I just wanted to register my concerns on this matter. I am very grateful to Councilmember Rahman for raising the issue and the history of plainly written and plainly spoken discrimination that took place for a big part of this city's history. And one of the things I appreciate about this council is that it isn't left up to the person that represents the Black community to raise these issues. So I really appreciate her for raising it and the members that have spoken on it, because it's been an issue for a long time. I can still remember seeing my grandparents' picture books, and they would save the clippings about how they couldn't buy property, not just west of Central Avenue, they couldn't buy on the west side of Central Avenue. And that's just my grandparents. Like, I'm sitting here before you. These are my grandparents who were alive. So it's not, we shouldn't pretend like it was some long ago event in some far off kingdom. It was right here in our streets, in our communities, impacting people in very, very real ways that resonate to today. Because now when I go to, my wife and I go to buy a piece of property, we're competing against somebody whose grandparents didn't have that rule. And so they have an inheritance that we don't have. So it's very, very real, and I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to fix it. At the same time, I empathize with the comments of Councilmember Soto Martinez. I think this is a big issue, and it needs to be dealt with in a forthright way. I recognize a lot of work has been done. I do think there can be more done to penetrate and to popularize the issue among our voters. And the last thing I'll say is this, Council. Zoning is very, very important, and it's completely within our purview. But let me just tell you, as somebody who has a district with a lot of corridors that are upzoned, I have very few of my main corridors in the 8th district are not upzoned. There's not building happening there. Anybody who read the paper on Sunday, on the front page, there was a story about the Clark family who inherited a lot on Crenshaw Boulevard. It's a front page story. Their problem wasn't zoning, it wasn't infrastructure, frankly, it wasn't anything the city was doing. It was that they couldn't find anybody to give them a loan to build a building. And it took them 3 years to find someone to say, yes, we'll make you a loan to build an apartment building. And they're building it's like 20 units. They're not even building a huge development. And so while there's a lot of concern here about the zoning appropriately, I think that is only one part of why housing gets built and doesn't get built, and where it gets built and where it doesn't get built. And I just want us to always be mindful of that as we're making these kinds of decisions, because just because we say you can do this here, it doesn't matter because if that was the case, my entire district would look very, very different and would have much more affordable housing for the people who have come up in and through South Los Angeles. And so I just offer that to the discussion. I know every time this comes up, people have heard me sing this same song over and over again, but it's if people won't invest, it doesn't matter what our zoning is. The Reef, we spent hours and hours and hours debating the Reef, and that's not even really in South LA proper. That's on Washington, just south of the 10 freeway. Just south of the 10 freeway. The Reef, which we approved almost 8 years ago, there's no construction there. You know why? Not because of our zoning, not because of planning, but because they can't finance the project. And again, we're not in control of that. I get it, but that's the reality of the world that we live in at this time. So I would just offer that to the discussion that we have going forward, because I'm committed to coming back to this matter going forward. Councilmember Lee, to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I was on the council when we originally received our arena numbers, and while 450,000 seems like a daunting number, I saw this council embrace that and really accept that as a sort of responsibility that we need to take, given by the state, to meet those numbers. And in the last couple of months, Councilmember, our president, tasked my office with bringing the housing element through its final phases. And in just that short time, I've seen the planning department, which I want to say just a heartfelt thank you to you, because I gave us an opportunity to really see the thoughtfulness that you put into this project in making sure that not only we're compliant, but that we truly were going to put something in place to help us reach those numbers. So I want to say thank you to you, Councilmember Harris-Dawson, for the 2 years that this was originally in place. I saw your office work this plan forward, and this is something that helps us achieve those goals. And just for clarification, colleagues, my amendment 35A is just removing redundant language that's already present in option number 3. And so it's just a technical amendment. I think the planning department will agree with that. We're just removing redundant language. So I just want to thank you again, because our office has had the pleasure of working with the planning department in this final stage, and to see just the real thought that you put into this. And just want to say I appreciate all the work that Councilmember Harris-Dawson's office and you have put towards this plan. And Mr. President, if we could, I'd recommend that we take up the amendments here in council.
All right, Mr. Clerk, what's before us?
Before the council would be 35C, introduced by Councilmember Rahman.
All right, let's open the roll on item C, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
We have 5 ayes, 10 noes.
All right, what's next?
35B, introduced by Councilmember Soto Martinez.
All right, let's open the roll on 35B, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
35A, introduced by Councilmember Lee.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
All right, what's next?
Mr. President, the council may now vote on item 35 as amended by 35B and 35A.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next? Councilmember Hernandez.
Item 35 and 36, move forward with an urgency clause, please.
All right, you have a second from Mr. Lee? All right, seconded by
Thank you.
Mr. Lee. Do we need to hold a vote on the urgency clause?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's open the roll on the urgency clause put forward by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Lee. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next? Congratulations, I think you're off the hook now. Thank you so much.
The council may
At
now
least until next month.
the council may now take up item 36 as amended by Councilmember Lee.
All right, let's open the roll on item 36. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now take up item 38, and for 38, there are 4 amendments. 38D, introduced by Councilmember Rahman. 38C, introduced by Councilmember Soto Martinez. 38B, introduced by Councilmember Soto Martinez, and 38A, introduced by Councilmember Lee.
All right, if there are no comments, Mr. Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. I just want to briefly explain my 2 amendments, which is 38B and C. The first 38, give me 1 second. Sorry. 38C, I would like to modify this. I'm going to amend my amendment. So instead of being 60 rooms to 300 rooms.
And then, Councilmember Soto Martinez, instead of 60, it would be
300. Now explain 38C and, well, I think we need a second. Right?
Mr. Soto Martinez, you might want to use the opportunity of the clerk trying to decipher this to shed a little bit more light
Yes.
on
So
what you're trying to do.
So yeah, I introduced 38C, although I'm making changes to 300 rooms, and I want to explain to my colleagues a little bit. So in recent years, there's been a growing trend of hotels being converted into housing. Although I think that could be a great idea in many cases. Right now, through the adaptive reuse regulations, there isn't, I believe, the robust conversations that need to be had with the workers that will be affected because of that. I think so I'm trying to fix that so that when these discussions about turning into housing, that we take into account how the workers will be affected and they have an opportunity to do that. So that's 38C. And then 38B is just to clarify that this motion is technical and amends the adaptive reuse ordinance to clarify that our intent is to apply the responsible hotel ordinance to all new hotels in Los Angeles.
For Mr. Council President, for Councilmember Soto Martinez's amendment from 60 to 300 rooms, could we call that 38E and consider that first?
Sure, that's fine.
And if I can get a second for that.
Seconded by Mr. Price. All right, so what's before us?
The council may now vote on 38E, which was a verbal amendment by Councilmember Soto Martinez.
All right, 38E is now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
38D, introduced by Councilmember Rahman.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
38C, as amended by 38E.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1
All right, what's next?
38B, introduced by Councilmember Soto Martinez.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
38A, introduced by Councilmember Lee.
All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And lastly,
Wait,
Mr. President, 38 as amended.
All right, item 38 as amended is now before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
And just to clarify, there was a motion previously to send, I apologize, that was a different item. For the council may now take up item 40, called special for comments by Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilmember Rahman and former Councilmember Krikorian for their leadership in bringing this forward. This is a really important but practical step that will help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions citywide, improve indoor air quality, and may even save building owners money on energy costs over time. In fact, it will. Reducing emissions from buildings is one of the most impactful steps we can take to meet our climate goals as a city. Buildings account for nearly 40% of LA's greenhouse gas emissions, and the energy they use for heating, cooling, and appliances contributes to both climate changes and poor indoor air quality. 2024 stands to be the hottest year on record for our planet, so the urgency, as we know, couldn't be greater. The structure proposed in the Department of Building and Safety's report is a thoughtful approach to tackling these challenges. It builds on the city's existing programs by introducing performance-based standards that give building owners flexibility in how they meet them. If approved, the Department of Building and Safety will then further engage stakeholders and come back to us with proposed extensions and exemptions for certain types of properties facing financial challenges and other types of conditions. I want to thank the stakeholders who've been really engaged in this process for several years and for their continued engagement as we move ahead. So I urge an aye vote on item 40. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Yaroslavsky. Seeing no other comments, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
Council may now take up item 41.
41, called special by?
Councilmember Rodriguez for a
Yes,
separate
all right,
vote.
comments? Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, colleagues. The parameters that have been outlined for the emergency declaration regarding housing production and the creation of new shelter beds or the reduction of those that are unsheltered. Since we first voted on this emergency declaration, we have still not been close to achieving any of these goals. The declaration is as good an idea in theory, but the reality is what we're losing in exchange for that is the transparency and accountability around expenditures. And we are not actually accomplishing any more of our stated goals with an emergency declaration. In fact, what is in fact happening is a surrendering of fiscal oversight associated with this. We've seen the continued evasion of data associated with the outcomes of this work. And it's for that reason that I'm going to continue to register a no vote, not just on the emergency declaration, but also the accompanying homeless emergency account, because we can continue. If you look at the reports, they continue to have vacancies where it's supposed to be data associated with the outcomes. And so I cannot continue to support these emergency declarations because it basically surrenders us as a council for our fiscal oversight and greater transparency around expenditures associated with homelessness. So I ask for your consideration for a no vote. I will again be casting mine.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing no other speakers on the queue, let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
All right, what's next?
The council may now take up item 64, called special for an amendment by Councilmember Yaroslavsky and special for a separate vote by Councilmember Hernandez.
All right, seeing no comments on the queue, let's open the roll on that item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now take up item 65 with a substitute motion introduced by Council President Harris Dawson. There will be 2 votes, the first being whether to substitute.
All right, let's open the roll on substitution, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
Mr. President, it looks like Councilmember Jurado has...
Councilmember Jurado.
Yes, I'd like to reconsider 64. I forgot to vote.
Okay.
Mr. President, if it's just a vote change, we won't need to reconsider the item. We can just make that technical change here.
Okay, thank you.
So the vote will be 11 ayes and 3 noes.
All right, what's next?
It would be whether to substitute for item 65.
All right, substitution. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, now the item is before us. Let's
That's
open the
correct.
roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, what's next?
The council may now take up item 67, a verbal motion by Councilmember Rodriguez to adopt the CAO report and note and file the mayor's report.
All right, that item is before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And lastly, Council President, the council may now take up item 72, called special for comments by multiple members and for a separate vote.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. I had the honor of making the appointment of our City Ethics Commission, one of the City Ethics Commissioner, Terry Kaufman, who is here today. Would love to bring her up to the table as she's making her way up. You know, many of you will know she is not an unfamiliar face in this institution. She has had many years, 20-plus years of serving this city in the city attorney's office prior to her retirement last year in 2023. She brings an understanding and a love of the city and a reputation as an outstanding and ethical public servant to this role. And I think importantly for the Ethics Commission, she knows land use like no other. She knows the ins and outs and the legalities of land use, and oftentimes ethics issues deal with that with land use, so having somebody who has that expertise, I think, would be invaluable for the commission. I don't have questions for her, but I wanted to give her an opportunity to be at the table to introduce herself in this potential role and to be available for questions from others. So toward then, I'll ask you a leading question. Can you, Ms. Kaufman, tell us what interests you about this role on the commission? What do you bring to this position? And the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councilmember Blumenfield, for having the confidence in me to nominate me for a position on the Ethics Commission. I'm a native Angelino. I care deeply about the city. As the council member said, I've been fortunate enough to serve in the capacity as a land use attorney in the city attorney's office for 23 years. And if confirmed, I welcome the opportunity to have, again, a chance to serve the city in a new capacity on the Ethics Commission. I would really welcome the opportunity to work with the commission and help maintain and restore public confidence in city government. If appointed, I promise that I'll be fair and impartial and will only serve the public trust. Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield, if there are no other speakers, we'll call for the vote. Thank you so much. All right. This item is before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. Congratulations and thank you so much on behalf of the people of the City of Los Angeles. What's next?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
They are posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
All right. Announcements, members. Announcements. All right. Seeing no announcement, I'll ask everyone in the chamber to rise for adjourning motions. One announcement. Sorry, Mr. Price. A big one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, friends, special guests, want to welcome you all, our guests, to the celebration of International Human Rights Day. Let's give them a hand. Human Rights Day. Human Rights Day is observed annually around the world on December the 10th. It commemorates the anniversary of one of the world's most groundbreaking global pledges, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This landmark document enshrines the inalienable rights that everyone is entitled to as a human being, regardless of race, religion, gender, language, political opinion, or national origin. The Declaration was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in Paris in December the 10th, 1948, and it sets out, for the first time, fundamental human rights to be universally protected. The Global Day of Recognition is celebrated throughout the state of California in cities such as San Francisco, Riverside, San Jose, and today we're happy to celebrate here in Los Angeles. For International Human Rights Day, I'm proud to be joined by the LA Civil Rights Department, who's a co-sponsor today. The department has been instrumental in leading our city's human rights values through strengthening and maintaining diversity, equity, and accountability. And they continue to be effective cheerleaders. We're also joined by the U.S. Africa Institute. The Institute, who's based in CD9, is a community of educators, students, and citizen diplomats who are committed to addressing the educational inequalities and promoting democracy, peace building, and cultural exchange from South LA to Africa. Through its programs and initiatives, the U.S. Africa Institute aims to create a more equitable and just society by providing academic support, fostering conversations and dialogues, and strengthening the relationships between Africa and Americans. Today, we recognize Tigis Faridi and Meseret Mirbati, who have both made significant contributions to humanitarian causes, especially those focusing on underserved communities in Los Angeles and Ethiopia. Tigis is founder of the December 10 Humanitarian Aid Foundation, which has launched to support marginalized students and families both in LA and Ethiopia. The foundation focuses on addressing immediate humanitarian needs such as food, shelter, and basic necessities, particularly for displaced refugees and war-torn communities. Through her foundation, she has been deeply involved in projects that support humanitarian efforts through education and community resilience. Additionally, Tigis has involved in several humanitarian organizations, including refugee and humanitarian and immigrant efforts, serving organizations like Border Task Force, the Ethiopian Association of LA, an organization that serves Ethiopian immigrants and refugees. Meseret is a goodwill ambassador for the Children's Heart Fund of Ethiopia and has actively worked to engage in fundraising and humanitarian advocacy for children with heart conditions in Ethiopia. She has helped raise thousands of dollars to support the treatment of care of children suffering from heart defects. She has also been instrumental in raising funds for the Ethiopian monastery in California, where she facilitated donations that supported both religious and humanitarian initiatives. She has focused on supporting women's and children's rights in Ethiopia and Los Angeles, contributing to various humanitarian programs that aim to improve healthcare, education, and economic opportunities for vulnerable populations. Both Tigis and Meseret have used their platforms to raise awareness and mobilize resources for vital humanitarian initiatives, focusing on alleviating the hardships faced by marginalized groups in both LA and the Ethiopian diaspora communities. Both of you are remarkable sheroes. I want to thank you for your impactful work and all you do to make our city and our world a better place. Finally, in recognition of your efforts, we have a certificate So just to express our appreciation and want you to know that we keep you all the way.
Thank you so much, Mr. Price, and another big round of applause for this recognitions. Any other announcements, members? One more announcement from Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more. We have another very special guest with us today. Miss Betty Ann Ingram Sullivan is with us. Mrs. Sullivan, why don't you stand up? She was 100 years old on November the 3rd.
Happy birthday, a Scorpio.
This is her first trip to City Hall, and we are here to celebrate her as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome and happy
Colleagues,
birthday.
thank you for your patience.
Welcome and happy birthday. Thank you so much, Mr. Price. Any other announcements? All right, any adjourning motions? Councilmember Yaroslavsky. Would everyone in the chamber please rise for adjourning motions?
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of William Bill Tenenblatt, a visionary leader and dedicated member of our community whose contributions won't be forgotten. Born in Romania to Holocaust survivors, Bill's journey brought him to Los Angeles, where he graduated from Fairfax High and UCLA, where he met his wife, Anna. He and his father turned a small knitting operation into Antex, one of Southern California's largest knitting and dyeing businesses. More than a successful entrepreneur, Bill built a workplace defined by fairness and opportunity, offering scholarships to the children of his employees so that they could go to college too. Bill's impact extended far beyond his businesses. He and his wife were passionate advocates for his industry and dedicated supporters of the Jewish community through organizations like Sinai Temple and Congregation Beth Jacob. His generosity and care set a standard for leadership rooted in empathy and service. Bill's legacy reminds us of the power of kindness and determination to lift up those around us. May we continue to be inspired by his example, and may his memory be a blessing.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Thank you so much, Council President. I'd like to bring up Andoni. Colleagues, it is with a heavy heart that I ask to adjourn today's council meeting in honor of Rafael Elias Liñero, who died by suicide earlier this year on February 27th. Rafael would have turned 62 yesterday, and he was the father of my staffer and good friend, Andoni Elias Nava, who's standing beside me alongside many of my folks who are on staff. Rafael was born in Mexico City, and he migrated to the United States with his family at 30 years old. After receiving his master's degree from Yale, Rafael moved to New York, where he continued to live with his wife and 3 kids. In 2008, Rafael became a naturalized citizen in the United States and accomplished that. He was something he was immensely proud of. He was fierce about politics, having volunteered or worked for several major campaigns in both US and the United States. And he always encouraged his kids to think for themselves, to challenge his perspectives, and to teach him new ways to look at the world. He was deeply loved for his intelligence, wit, humor, and sensitivity. Rafael was a massive fan of Atletico Club Bilbao, his favorite soccer team, which he followed and supported his entire life. In fact, Andoni is named after one of the players from that club. In his adulthood, he was able to befriend his childhood idol from that team, and they continued to stay in touch until his last days, including Andoni visiting Spain earlier this year and spending time with him at his house as they won a championship in Spain. Rafael was charming, charismatic, and funny, and he loved with a passion and strength that is rare to find. Rafael suffered for most of his life with severe treatment-resistant depression and mental illness. In his later years, he was diagnosed with dementia, despite numerous efforts to overcome those illnesses through therapy, medication, and even for a period of time, electroconvulsive therapy. He eventually took his own life. Rafael was an amazing father, husband, and friend, and he was loved by many. Unfortunately, his mental health didn't let him see that love or feel deserving of that love as often as others would have hoped. Rafael's passing is a reminder to all of us that mental health is health, that there is no shame in seeking that help, and that our love, our grace, and our empathy are not only important tools to carry with us into the world, but they can literally be life-saving for someone in need. At this moment, I want to remind there's a 988 suicide and crisis hotline is available 24/7. You can also visit dmhlacounty.gov for the county's Department of Mental Health. We're uplifting this today because Andoni wanted us to uplift it in the name of his father, where folks can find mental health resources. Rafael left this world too soon. He will be missed dearly by his family, his community, and everyone he touched and inspired along the way. He is survived by his wife Carla, his son Andoni, and his daughters Carla and Maite. May Rafael Elias Liñero rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Mr. Soto Martinez.